that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolet signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Hi guys, welcome at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tbilisi. I am Keti, and today I am in the studio alone. However, Valerie, my co-commentator, will join me later on to dive into the analysis of the game. The round 8 will start soon, and I will be here to do the commentary. Let's go now to the playing venue. Before that, actually, we can take a look at the pairings of the round 7 and the results. Bibisara Assaubayeva was the only participant who managed to win with a beautiful tactic in the end game against Alexandra Kosteniuk, and with this win, she now takes the lead of the tournament. The other players tied the matches. Here we have the standings. Bibisara, international master, 2 times the World Blitz Chess champion from Kazakhstan, is leading the tournament with 4.5 points. Then we have 4 players catching up really close. Muzychuk Mariya, Nana Dzagnidze, Alina Kashlinskaya, and Stavroula Tsolakidou. Those 4 players actually were leaders for last rounds as well, so they are very close to Bibisara Assaubayeva. And then we have Vaishali and Sarasadat, who really need to score some points, because obviously they don't want to leave Tbilisi with minus rating. They need to earn some rating in the last rounds. And let's take a look at the pairings of the round 8. Kosteniuk will face Muzychuk Mariya. On the second board, we have Kashlinskaya against Javakhishvili. Anna Muzychuk will take Sarasadat, Nana Dzagnidze, and Vaishali is another very interesting match. And the last board, Bibisara Assaubayeva against Stavroula Tsolakidou, the key game of the round 8. This is the playing venue. We have here already only 1 participant on the table, and if I'm not mistaken, this is Lela Javakhishvili. The players will slowly start to get ready and start to get into the playing venue, and she's leaving as well. So guys, the games are starting at 3 p.m. Local time, Tbilisi time, which is 2 p.m. Central European time. And we can see actually Bibisara just walked in, the leader of the tournament, and on the distance at the refreshment area we have Alina Kashlinskaya, and we also have Kosteniuk, Alexandra, and this is Sarah Khadem. She just enters to the playing venue, greets to Bibisara, and she is getting ready. This is the moment when players usually change the smile, chat a little bit, where we have photographs as well. We have a beautiful photographs done by Anna Schurtman, so you guys can check that out on social media platforms of FIDE, or you can also do it on Flickr. And here we have the handshake. Anna Muzychuk just entered the playing venue and handshake her opponent Sarah Khadem. Anna is with white pieces today. Very important round for all the participants, not only for Bibisara, as she is the leader, of course, but every point here matters, because this tournament we have the prizes for the winners with Grand Prix points as well. So the winner will get 130 Grand Prix points. I would like to remind you guys, we do have 6 Grand Prix tournaments in this year and upcoming year, so we're gonna have 2 years series of the tournaments, and we do have 20 participants. This is a new version of Women Grand Prix, as more players now have a chance to fight for their best, and we have 6 Grand Prix instead of 4. So more joy for us, for the commentators, and for you guys, for the viewers and chess spectators. And of course, a very good chance for the players, like for instance Stavroula. This is her first time and she's very happy. She's doing a great job to play in this tournament. She's among the leaders right now at 4 points. She's sharing the second place with many top chess players, and I had a little chat with her. She's very, very nice person, and during the day off we had excursion in the old town of Tbilisi, and we were talking about many things, of course, and she mentioned that for instance players like Kosteniuk has been always her role models, and now she's playing against them and she's doing a great job indeed. So here we have Lela Javakhishvili on the screen, Anna Muzychuk, and the last board is Bibisara. The photographer is making the photo. Oh, Mariya is one of the last players together with Nana entering to the playing venue. You guys, all the players have to go through with the fair play check. The arbiter is checking the purse of the players, if they have purses or bags, and Then the players are going to the scan. Here we have Alina Kashlinskaya getting ready. She has a fantastic tournament as well. She won the round before the day off, and ever since she's actually just holding the, sharing the leader's position. Alina here is with her newborn son, and here we have a special guest, and that's Valerie, guys. That is Valerie. He left me for a moment, but for obvious reasons. Here we have a special guest. Today we're gonna have a ceremonial move, and our guest is Tsotne Ivanishvili, who is a chess fan and also himself an amateur chess player, let's call it that way. But when I'm saying amateur chess player, I mean, guys, 2,200 online chess players. So he's really good at chess, as I learned. And Valerie is the one who coaches, I suppose. So he's in a good hands. And the first ceremonial move will be played on Nana's board, of course. Nana is the leader, one of the leaders of the tournament. He's doing a great tournament. Her opponent is arriving right now. Vaishali handshakes Nana, and we were all waiting for Vaishali to come to the game 2 minutes before the start, and we're gonna have the first ceremonial move. I wonder if our guest will guess the move, or he will ask to Nana what move to be played. How are you gonna say? I would guess that. Oh, here we have the flowsies. Here we have the flowsies. They announced. I would guess E4 today. The first move for Nana. Maybe D4. He goes D4. He goes D4. That's our first move. First ceremonial move. That is very nice. We have cameras around. Of course. Big smile. It is always very nice to have the guests coming to our event and making these first moves. So close to start the round 8. And yeah, we are just ready. We are just ready to see the first moves. Nana is not taking her move back if the pawn is still on D4. Will she take it back? I think she will take it back. The chief arbiter, Mariya Muzychuk, is announcing now the start of a round. Start of a round, and Nana wanted to take the pawn back. Vaishali handshake at the same time, and they had this moment. And all right, Nana plays D4 anyway. So there was a good guess. There was a really, really good guess from our special guest today. He guessed D4. Nana played D4 as well. Vaishali quickly responded with knight to F6 and G6. Will there be a Grunfeld, or will there be King's Indian? We're gonna have the boards updated as well. Let's be patient a little bit as digital board will receive the move. So I can see that this is the King's Indian defense. Very promising, very sharp. Really nice choice by both players, by Vaishali, especially to have this fun. It's tactical opening. A lot of tactics are in this position, and that is exactly what we want to see. Let's take a look at the game of Bibisara and Tsolakidou Stavroula. Here I don't have any moves, but for sure players have already made. These games will be updated very soon. And here we have Bibisara played Reti, which are rhythms with Keti, and that's why I played sometimes. But on the other hand, it's also a quite nice move to play with knight f3 and ask for your opponent, what are you going to play? What is your preparation? Show me. But black actually goes with knight to f6, also a waiting move, and the game will start soon. All right, let's go back to Nana and Vaishali as we have the camera over here at this view. So far, this is the starting position of King's Indian defense. Very sharp opening. And you guys in the chat, let me know who is the strongest player that used to play King's Indian defense. Let me know in the comment section, and let's see who can guess it and whose guess is the most accurate. Nana goes with h3. Very interesting decision. Okay, so what we have here is bishop e2 is the classical setup of King's Indian. There's knight to f3, another classical setup with King's Indian. But in these positions, sometimes black develops the light square bishop, and then black goes with moves like knight to c6 and something like takes, e5 and knight d4 is really nasty for white to go after this knight, and often these positions have the tendency to be the equal. So this was Nana's idea to play the positions like that, but starting from h3. So that means that she doesn't want this bishop to be on g4. Another very important detail here is that bishop e3 has been played before the light square bishop developed, so another move, knight g4, now is forbidden from the square on g4. I like actually h3 move. I wonder why I never played that one myself to avoid all these black's ideas here. So bishop e3, early development of the queen side. Is she going to play queen to d2 and long castle here with some kind of potential attack on the king side, bishop to h6 and so on, or she will continue with bishop e2, knight to f3 and short castle? This is basically the question here Nana has to ask to herself. Vaishali is playing quite decent moves here. These moves are so much needed. Now Vaishali will make choice between, oh my drawing arrows skills are not so good, so bear it with me, guys. c5 or e5, those are the moves that Vaishali can go. There are more ideas like c6, a6 and b5. I like that the most, to be honest, but let's see what Vaishali prepares. She's blitzing out the moves as usually. Nana already made the move, and this is bishop e2. So this is bishop e2. She decided to develop her light square bishop, and currently we have this position. Very good. Today it's more lively to me. The games are like rather fast, and this is really nice, of course, to have more energy. The board that I want to take a look right now is Bibisara Assaubayeva against Stavroula Tsolakidou, the game of the leaders. Let's see how this game started. Reti, as we mentioned, Bibisara's choice, and then Bibisara goes with g3. Stavroula says, like, I can do the same. So they have this setup with c4, knight c3. White is keeping the pawn on d2. She's not going d4 yet. This is another strategy, not to show your cards. Maybe even after that she will play b3, bishop b2 and e4 or d4 later on. So this is a bit of slow start in the center. This gives allows black to play c5 or e5 to control d4 square. We will see what Stavroula gonna play. Is there a move after knight c3? There is a move. Stavroula goes with knight c6. Is that a move? Knight c6? Interesting. That is very interesting. Knight here. The point being that after d4, e5 is her response, and black wants to invite d4 to close the center. And now this knight can go either on e7 or b8. I would actually just go on b8, and you guys, this is not losing a tempo, because this knight will come on d7 and c5. This is the square for the knight after a5 to avoid b4 happening. Black's knight is perfectly placed on c5. This is one way to play. Another way is also black can do knight to e7, next knight e8, and f5. So this is the idea of basically knight to c6, what Stavroula played, but Bibisara is considering here her next move. d4 is one option. Another option is b3, as we mentioned, and there is more moves like e4 to start to control the center from this side. All right, this is very important match. If Bibisara wins this game, she will go to the last round with as a leader for 2 days in a row, as a sole leader 2 days in a row, but Bibisara is leading this tournament from second round, sharing the leaders' positions from second round. We have to point it out her amazing skills that she's demonstrating at this event. On the other side of the board with black pieces, we have Stavroula Tsolakidou, the highest female chess player in Greece and the first board of the Greek chess team, female chess team. She just made a statement in the professional chess to come back after some years of the study break, and for about 1 year she's playing now these tournaments, and it is amazing to see her at the top level chess tournaments. All right, guys, there are more games obviously that we want to see. Let's go now to see what is happening on the board 2. Here we have Kashlinskaya and Javakhishvili. These boards usually at the open tournaments, and like most of the tournaments, we have board 1 and the leaders are sitting there, board 2, and so on and so on. Here I don't really know what's the strategy of this numeration, but we have just board 2 here. Alina Kashlinskaya is sharing the second place with 4 points, and Lela Javakhishvili is at the 7 to 8 points with 3 points. I said too many times that word, but okay. And we have actually had 7 rounds. All right, let's see what is happening here. I loved this stone wall. I love this structure. Although I like to play against stone wall too, I have to admit that. Let's go through the lines and check it out what is happening. We had a Nimzo Indian variation, classical variation with e3, where black is giving up the dark squares, and now black is putting almost all the pieces on the dark squares, and here white goes with f4. So black's idea very often is to play e5 or rook d8, b6, and then e5, and to annoy this center here. So f5 has been a choice of Alina Kashlinskaya, and we are calling this a stone wall because to ruin this pawn structure is quite difficult. This pawn structure also supports c5 square, looks for some kingside attack, and what's more important, stop c5 happening. And in that case, this bishop will actually find the other way to develop, and probably b6 and bishop b7 is the move. So black goes here, rook to d8, castle, and b6. This is the current situation. White to move. They are both on increment, so all these moves have been expected. In this position, very often when we have a stone wall, there is an issue of the dark square bishop. So I would not be surprised if we have bishop d2, bishop e1, and bishop h4 moves. Those are plenty of moves to be made here for white, but that's the possibility. You can get this bishop here at the better square, and if the bishop gets on h4, then we can feel the power of pair of bishop. Black has given up the bishop pair on the move 6. So white has this kind of advantage at this point, but so far this bishop is locked. We need to find here the way for this bishop. That's another way. We also have a4, bishop a3 to hit this pawn, or as we mentioned, bishop here and here. I think Alina will think here for some time before she will make her decision. She likes to spend some quality time before she makes important decisions, and I think to develop this bishop is quite important decision. Yeah, she's not playing yet. She's not playing yet. What else can be played in this position? Is there a way to start the kingside attack? I was thinking moves like rook g3, rook f3, then rook g3 or rook to h3. Together with the bishop on this diagonal, and the queen can also get there. This is another plan. There is always a good idea to attack the king, obviously. If I were here with white, I would personally first take care of the bishop in a classical chess, but in blitz or rapid chess, rook f3 and rook h3 would be already on the board for me because I love to attack. Then followed by knight g3, knight to h5 to distract the knight. This is the only piece for black which guards the king. If the knight is off the board, then there will be the weakness, the hook on f7. So maybe knight g3, knight h5 right away. After talking, oh, knight g3 has been played. Okay, knight g3 has been played. Clearly, the idea of this move is to play knight to h5 to distract the knight. If you don't take, if you don't trade white's knight, then I love my knight on h5, attacking the king side. There is another way to go with knight to e4, same ideas, knight g5 later on. So this knight will make another move here in this position. Usually, I was very often worried about this kind of attacks on the king side with the pieces like knight is coming there, rook is also coming there, and I was like panicking very often. So somewhere black has to go with knight to e7, knight to g6 or knight to f5. That's the idea. If not this, white can have a really nice and tempting game. All right, we can move forward and check out the other games as well if we have any further developments. The first board here we have Alexandra Kosteniuk. Alexandra Kosteniuk has 3 points and Muzychuk Mariya has 4 points. So they have started with 1 e4 e5. Here we have the Scotch, and we have quite popular line here. I'm not an e4 player, neither e5 player, but I have seen this a lot. So after g3, here queen to e6 has happened. So this queen opens the road for the bishop to develop this bishop, and this is going to be the target in the future. So Alexandra looking sharp today. She had a tough day yesterday in the round 7 against Bibisara Assaubayeva. She could actually hold the game with black pieces, but it was a bit of inaccuracy in the end game, and she just lost her game. But anyway, she's now thinking with white pieces after g3. You are probably considering to play bishop g2 next move, and in this position black can either develop the bishop on c5 or black can even go with f6 to try to pressure this center, to press the center in case of trade. Now we're gonna have the queen trade, then knight can take it back, or you can give a check, intermediate check. c4 is not possible now, so king has to go somewhere, perhaps on d1, and in this case we can simply take the pawn back, and after check, to compare black's king to white's king, black's king is much safer here. And look at this situation here on the first rank. So maybe I didn't suggest it the best moves here for white. Let's see after bishop g2 and f6 what can be done here in this position. c4 is the move that can be played here. Knight is hanging now, and when knight goes on b6, now we can simply ignore this pawn rather than to open up everything and go with b3, guard this one. This is the best structure to go against the knights. This is the best structure here because these 2 pawns are controlling the key squares. for the knight, the squares that the knight can go actually. So let's say queen takes, pawn takes. Now white can like play bishop here to attack this one. Yeah, okay, I have to work on that. Okay, d6 is not really good because first of all the pawn is hanging. There is an issue of the pawn on e5. There is an issue of the pawn on e5 for sure. Anyway, this is the way to play here white, but Alexandra is taking her time. She might be a bit surprised by Maria's move queen e6, the latest move queen e6, or she might just wants to consider the whole line. And she will take some of her time in this position. Going forward, what we can see in the other games, we have not seen the game so far. Mariya Muzychuk against Sara Khademalsharieh. This is the current position, and this is a theory we can see from the start. We have here Italian game, pretty much the standard setup here, h3 to avoid, to control g4 square, bishop goes on a7, knight goes on d2, and here we have the probably move like knight to f1, knight to g3 or knight to e3. White will try to get the knight here, black will get this knight here and here, or another moves black can also do, can prepare c6 and d5, but white's rook and the knight are targeting the pawn on e5, so maybe Sara needs to find something else than to push the pawn in the center. And what is it? Yeah, and I goes with knight to f1. This is basically pretty common move here, as knight from b1 travels all the way to the king side, often goes on g3 to control this square, maybe to go also on h5. The bishop can be developed on e3, and at some point white can also just pull the pawn in the center with d4. It's Sara's decision now to make the move. I would suggest here move g6 for black, and I would just expect this move to happen. And then later on bishop e6 to develop the pieces. Let's see what will be her decision. Meanwhile, we can go to the game to Nana against Vaishali. Here in this position, we were analyzing it. Everything that we expected has happened. So after h3, we have this development, e5, and we got the knight on c5, beautifully centralized. Black is just a move away to play a5. Well, we cannot do b4 here because this pawn on e4 is hanging. So queen c2 to guard the pawn, a5 now on the right time to avoid b4, and Nana goes with g4. Will she start to attack the king side? Maybe. Maybe that's her plan. Another plan here for black is to play knight e8 and f5, and very often white is going against it. Or white can also do some of like f3, h4, and h5. This is another option to play. What can black do here? I have seen moves like knight to e8 anyway prepare for f5. Let's say here black castles, white castles on the long side, and move like c5 would be a bit too suspicious for black, because basically we are opening everything on the king side, and here we have the king here. So move like h4 with idea bishop g5 or knight h3, knight g5 to develop the rook from h1 to g1 or from d1 to g1 to have this control over the g file is quite tempting. In case of f4 here, this move actually forces us to take the knight, and this knight will get a very good square here, but also white has very nice chances now to start to play rather fast with knight to f3 and then with rook to d to g1. Rook g5 next move, rook to g1, the pawn is hanging over here, the bishop will struggle, and so on and so on. Vaishali made the move. She did not really thought too much here. She was not very much surprised with g4. That was the natural move, to be honest, here in this kind of positions when white goes with h3. So what is the move of Vaishali? We're going to see that in a second. At this point, I don't see what is her move. And she goes knight to e8. Yeah, she goes to knight to e8. Just in any case, even though black has castled on the short side, still f5 is quite powerful threat. If white makes some slow moves, let's say like move like f3, is not so good because the engine goes all the way down and gives black advantage. Why is that happening? So, okay, engine is a little bit silly in this position, such as bishop to h6. This is a bishop sacrifice, but we're getting the bishop back. This is a check, and the bishop is hanging. So with this, like short-term sacrifice, we are actually getting the bishop back, but now white's king is in the center. This king cannot castle, and the rooks will not connect that easily. Also, another thing is that even at this point, the position is closed. It has some tendency to be open. After f5 or c6 and b5, you might say like, oh, that's so strange moves, because basically those pawns are hanging. Any position, any open files would be just worst for the white's king. So, okay, f3 is a silly move. We suggested white a long castle. This is a very interesting move. f5, I think Vaishali has to be careful with that. Maybe c6 is the move to be played, as now we have white's two most important pieces on the c file. Maybe we want to open it. So after c6, now it will be the race of the pawns. h4, I want to play h5, you go a4, I go h5, you play queen to a5, and now we need one last piece to get into the game. You guys, we cannot win the game without pieces. All the pieces getting into the game. Now knight to h3 with the idea to play knight g5 and knight h7. That will be quite crucial sacrifice for black. So this position is double-edged. The computer gives slightly better edged for white. We can see on the engine bar, but it basically means that the game is on. Game is on. The King's Indian opening is usually either white win or black win. We don't have that much often draws in this position, so very sharp. And yeah, I'll just take a look if you guys mentioned some of the players that you know who plays King's Indian. I'm going to take a look at the chat as well. Another reminder, we have the 15 minutes delay, unfortunately, because of the fair play check, fair play rules. This delay is happening. This is really bad because we don't have the communication in real time. But it is what it is. We cannot really change. But this is for the safety reasons. Okay. So greetings to everyone. I just got the access to the chat. I hope you guys are still around. Fancy accent. Thanks very much. Thanks for the compliments. Okay, guys, how many decisive results today? We have 5 games. All the games are quite promising. I would say today we will have more than 2 decisive. Okay, 2 decisive games. I would say normally more than 2 decisive games, but as we have quite balanced event, this is actually careful. I have to be careful to predict anything. We have covered more or less all the games, and now it is time to pick one and stick around. So we have some updates in the game of Bibisara Assaubayeva. against Stavroula Tsolakidou. And what we have here is very interesting decision. After knight to c6, here Bibisara decided to ignore the center. She did not play d4 here in the center, but she went for rook to b1. This is definitely a preparation. Her idea is to play b4 and to annoy this knight. Well, the knight goes back, then this bishop has the target on b7, so d3 now to have the to avoid e4. So let's say b4. You don't want to have e4 for some kind of counterplay reasons. There are some ideas in this position, like knight to g4, and after capturing here, there's f5. The knight is trapped, actually. Knight can't go anywhere. Oh, that's kind of beautiful trap. I have not seen it. It's the first time I saw this trap, the knight in the center. So the game is not so brutal for white. White can still play b5 in this position. And in case if the knight goes, let's say, can go on e7. If I go here, then maybe f4. Okay, let's say knight to e5. Then, yeah, we will have d4. And after this, we will have queen to b3. So that's why we have to go knight back here on b8. But still, this is the move. So this is actually the engine line. You need to analyze it before you make it on the board in the game. So don't try to do it, guys. Anyway, d3 is quite natural move to stop e4 happening. And then we have h6. Then we have b4, h6 happened because black wants to control g5 square. Knight g5 now is impossible. b5, the knight is hanging. Knight e7, knight goes back because now we have this open diagonal for the bishop. And Stavroula is thinking she has converted 10 minutes. She has converted 10 minutes. And she just came now. She was somewhere in the refreshment area, maybe in the restroom. She was in the refreshment area. You can see her drinking the orange juice. Stavroula Tsolakidou from Greece. She's one of the youngest participants, actually. Her age is 24 years old. And the youngest player in the competition is Bibisara Assaubayeva. She is 20 years old. Then we have Vaishali, 23 years old. Then we have Stavroula Tsolakidou, 24 years old. And yeah, then we have the rest of the players, very experienced and titled ones. All right, she'll take here some time. There is a question in the chat if there are any Chinese ladies playing here. There are a lot of players in this competition, guys. This is the Grand Prix series, which means that we're gonna have 6 similar tournaments. This is the first tournament, so 5 more tournaments will happen in 2 years, 2024, 2025. So there will be more participants. Next leg will be in October, and it will be some of the players from here, some of the new players as well. So we do have actually the list of the players, and you guys can check it out, womengrandprix.fide.com. You can find all the information where and when these players gonna play. All right, the pawn on b7 is hanging. We can suggest a move to Stavroula, and then we can move forward. Rook to b8 is the move to be played here to guard the pawn. This is the possibility, and now white has to make a choice. What to make next? So this is one way to play, and here white can either go with pawn all the way to a6 to weaken this pawn, or she can actually play d5 to no. She goes with rook to b8. That's a very natural move. I would expect here a4, a5, a6, perhaps from Bibisara. There are more alternatives to something like e3 and f4 on the king side. She can also do that. There's this move queen to a4 to hit a pawn on a7. But basically after that move knight c8, and there is not too much. All right, Stavroula, no, it's not queen to, it's not rook to b8, it's queen to c8. I like this move even more because now the pawn is hanging, but also there's this battery on the king side. Black obviously would like to play bishop to h3 and trade the light square bishops, and this will be a very good position for black. Also for Stavroula, she doesn't want to risk because there is a lot on the table. It's a lot to risk. Now we can take a look at the prices, and we can also take a look at the Grand Prix points, so we can know what are on the plate. So first place will get 130 Grand Prix points. Alongside with this, there is also money prize, and the winner gets 18,000 euros. The second place will get 105 points, and third place will get 85 points. There will be the Grand Prix points for all the participants, and these points are as important as the prize money for the players, because then in the end of the Grand Prix series, the results will be accumulated and all these numbers will come together. So in case of the share, if the player will share the, let's say, 5th and 6th places, this will be 110, and this 110 Grand Prix points will be shared in half. So in case of the sharing, they are sharing also the Grand Prix points as well as the prize. Very important Grand Prix. What I remember from the previous Grand Prix, if you win one Grand Prix, if you win 2 Grand Prix, that's already 260 points, and you are there. But even if you are like top 3 in 2 Grand Prix, then you have a very good chance to qualify. All right, that's what we have now at this moment. Very interesting games, very interesting situations in most of the games. Let's see what happened in this game. Okay, we already have some changes of the structure. It started with the stone wall, and the move that I suggested earlier, knight e7, to avoid any kind of king side attack and also to guard the king by knight f5 or knight g6, was met by e4. And with this pawn, white is just getting so beautiful pawn structure in the center, and it is important to have a space advantage. These pawns are creating a space advantage. Space advantage means that you have happy pieces. So something like this is very important for chess. By that I mean that space advantage is very important for chess game. What can black do here in this position? Let's say I pass the move and play rook to c8. The threat here is f5. White wants to play e5 and f6. So I'll take your take, and then this is not the greatest move because after this one, the pawn on d4 will hang with the knight, and then queen will also hang. So instead of that, we have e5. The knight is hanging, knight to d5. The pawn is hanging right now, but white can take the pawn. The rook is no longer attacking, and if you play knight to c6 in this position, this will be actually crucial for black because there's this beautiful way to attack this pawn. And is there a way to guard this? I don't think so. So let's see, bishop takes, queen takes now King can only go here, and we just need this rook to go somewhere on the h file, and it will be checkmate. So this is the shortcut. Rook f3, rook f7, and queen to h7 will be checkmate. Okay, we have been a bit dramatic here in this position. Here's what we have right now. So black needs to find here the best move. I wonder what's the best move. I'm gonna take a look at the engine suggestion here. The engine says b5 is the best move because you cannot take here with white. If you take, I take, and then play knight to c6. I'm sorry, but it's a bit difficult to find. First pawn sacrifice, and then not to take the pawn, but to bring it back and attack the pawn again. So our friend Stockfish can rest for a bit. This is very unnatural move b5. Instead of that, Lela played pawn takes c4. Pawn takes c4, and she is waiting her opponent to make her next move. Wait a moment, is she going to take the pawn here? I can't believe she would do that, because this is a poison pawn. Let's see. Oh, not there. Rook goes somewhere back. Now we hit the queen, of course. We bring another piece. If queen d7, attacking here, we have bishop e5. And we just trap the queen. There's queen d2. We take, and just rook to c7, and white is winning. White is winning one of this piece. Okay, so if queen goes on b8, this is too passive. This is too passive. Bishop b5, and you lost now the queen. Okay, this means that after c takes d4, c takes d4, white should not be greedy to take the pawn. Of course, black will not take. At this point, I don't see black taking this one, because all these moves, bishop to b2, bishop, rook to c1, and bishop to b5 are so obvious moves. I think instead of that, we will have actually knight c6 move back, hitting the pawn. So we might have this typical sacrifice of the pawn, where we are just kicking this knight back, and we have a beautiful structure here. Something can already go wrong for black. Let's say queen to h5, g6, and queen to h6 with knight h5, knight f6 ideas. If not that, if knight f8 to guard the pawn here, then what we do? Maybe knight to f5, rook f3, and rook to g3. This is quite comfortable position. So this game has the tendency to become very, very, very sharp. But the game which is already sharp is Nana Dzagnidze and Vaishali R. Oh, we could not expect anything else from these two players. Because Nana has been always sacrificing pieces. In 2 games in a row, she sacrificed the bishops. Then she sacrificed 2 games in a row exchange. And so far, she's showing the exciting chess. And Vaishali, she's maybe struggling at this point. But that's fine, because her games are still quite exciting. I think she's not having just that luck that all the players need to have. All the sport person needs to have a bit of luck. Vaishali is actually burning a lot of time in this tournament. Maybe that's the issue for her in here. But anyways, f5 has been played. Nana is thinking here. Nana actually has to make decision to take it from g pawn or from e pawn. E pawn maybe not so good idea, because somewhere black will have the chance to open the bishop, and you don't want to open up this bishop. Never open up the dragon bishop or the king's Indian bishop. So I would suggest to keep these pawns here to close the center. And now at this point, after h4, I love this idea, knight g5 and rook to g1. Let's see what Nana plays. Oh, she says like, no, no Ketevan, that's how she calls me. No Ketevan, I want to take with a pawn, and she takes from e4 to f5. Hi Teddy, what's wrong to be single in the room? There's nothing wrong to be single in the room. I have the control of everything. I can say whatever I want. Only issue that I have is that I have already dry throat. I need water or tea, or I will just lose the voice. But other than that, I think we're just fine here. It would be just great if we don't have the delay, but we have the delay. We can't help with that anyway. So this is the current position. Nana decided to develop the knight on f3. I would be a little bit skeptical with these options because now black has this moving center. I don't like when pawns are having these chances to go forward. But it's my personal choice. But Nana chose to go here. This is of course possibility. What else we have? In this game, we don't have much of the changes. Kosteniuk played knight to d2, and now I wonder what happens after knight b4 if I ask this kind of primitive question. What happens? I want to take on c2. Knight should go somewhere. Knight c4. I will play bishop a6 and pin everything here. Knight e4. Drops the pawn here. Oh, there's bishop a6 anyway. Bishop a6 anyway. c4 only move and queen to e5. And this is going to be very interesting. So knight b4 is something that maybe Mariya Muzychuk is thinking. This is move 9, and I'm surprising that they have already converted so much time from the clock, especially Mariya. Look at her time, 1 hour, 9 minutes. In the next board, Alina captured back this pawn rather fast, and now we know that this pawn is a poison pawn. It's untouchable, and Lela cannot really take it. Anyways, this is what we have in the 8th round of FIDE Grand Prix. You guys, this is last 2 very important rounds for players, and we know that it is tough to stay focused, stay fresh for the last round. So I hope we will not have some heartbreaking blunders, but I promise you guys it will be very, very entertaining day and interesting day. So I'm gonna take right now the break because I really, really need to have some refreshment myself, not to lose the voice. And now you guys gonna see the interview of Stavroula Tsolakidou. There were a lot of very interesting questions asked, and we need to know the answers on that. So let's take a look at that, and I will be back shortly.
Round 7 is underway here in Tbilisi at the Women's Grand Prix, and one of the leaders, Stavroula Tsolakidou, drew with one of the local favorites, Dzagnidze, in a very intense game. Stavroula, could you tell us a bit more about the game?
Well, this game was quite complicated. In the beginning, it felt like I had something, some advantage. Maybe because she played h6 and that was a bit of a waste of time in the opening. Then maybe I blew it off. I was actually quite surprised by her exchange sacrifice, but it's
you told me you thought that was quite a bold move and quite a good one.
Quite a good move. I'm not sure what I could have done differently, but because my pieces are not developed, she had quite a compensation. Yeah, what the engine is gonna say.
Yeah, well, you'll see later. I know you were talking after the game. The two of you were both evaluating. It seemed that your evaluations were very similar about the position.
Yeah. But anyways, it was an interesting game, and compared to my previous games that I was only struggling to make the draw, it was an improvement.
But you're among one of the leaders. You've started with 1 victory and then, if I'm not mistaken, 6 consecutive draws. So, but still, you're among the leaders. Does that say? First of all, let's talk about your play. What does that say about your play? Are you satisfied with your level of play?
Yeah, I'm not very satisfied. The quality
Why not?
is not so good. Like I misplay positions and then I just try to hold. Somehow I'm good at holding apparently. But yeah, it's not been so good. But of course, it's my first time in such a tournament, so.
What does this say? What does it say about the overall strength of the tournament? Because you're not the only one. I mean, the leaders after this round, what we're sixth. Okay, this is the seventh round, but after sixth round, the leaders won 3.5 points. So it seems really like a tough tournament.
Yeah, and I guess everyone is quite equal. I guess so. It's hard to win games, and mostly draws. Even though everyone is trying to fight for the best.
Well, 2 more rounds are left until the closing. Will you be changing anything in your tactics, in your strategy? Will you try to spring a surprise in the last 2 rounds?
I guess I'll try to play fighting chess and maybe prepare a little less in order to have more energy during the game. Since we're all tired at this point.
So you think that's kind of been an issue for you? You spend a lot of time preparing. How many hours a day do you prepare?
Maybe around 3, and maybe it's a lot. I mean, I just feel like I'm not extremely well prepared. So during the tournament, I'm studying a lot. But hopefully in the next Grand Prix, I'll be more prepared.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. We wish you the best of luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you so much.
It's the end of round 7 here at Tbilisi at the Women's Grand Prix, and joining us now here is Sara Kadim, who just drew her game against Alina Kashlinskaya. It was quite an intense game. Would you tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah, Alina is a very good player, and today she surprised me first with a bengo because she usually doesn't play it, but then it happened that I prepared this line for another opponent during this tournament, so I just played it and she was surprised then. But yeah, somehow I managed to give back my opponent. I don't know why I did that, but then it was slightly worse. So I had to, I think maybe even more than slightly, but then I had to defend the whole game, and fortunately I could manage to hold.
Well, according to the computer, you were kind of mostly, it was around even. Yes, she was better. You had to defend, but you defended well. But there you have it. You had a double surprise at the beginning. Alina spent quite a lot of time I think the surprise was the move E3. Alina spent about 20 minutes thinking.
Yeah, because it's not her usual opening, so I think it was normal that she was thinking like what setup to go, but after that it was, for both of us, it was a kind of unknown position because I never played it before, she never played it before too, so yeah, it was a good game.
It seems that you're having a better second half of the tournament than the beginning. In the beginning you won, if I'm not mistaken, 0.5 point out of 4, and now out of the last 3 rounds you've won 2 points.
Well, yeah, that's what I was telling you in our other interview, that I was playing like really slow and I was not in a good shape because I hadn't played for a long time. But usually like when you play the tournaments, you get in shape somehow. But unfortunately it happened in the second half. But anyways, it's good that it happened.
Well, okay, if you could extend, how many rounds would you add just to get fully back into shape?
No, I mean, we still have 2 more rounds, and I do have 2 more legs to play in and many tournaments to come, so I wouldn't.
You're not going to extend this tournament at all. But overall, what do you make of the other games here so far that have been played by your opponents?
I think in the first rounds, I mean, I was playing like completely out of shape. I was not playing a good level, but my yesterday's game against Mariya was really nice, I think. And at some point, I was kind of trying to put pressure on her, but then changing the queen was a mistake. And then we ended up in a draw. But okay, after all, I'm satisfied with the last 3 games.
Very good. And how much have you had a chance to look at the games of your opponents? In terms of the quality of their play and what you've seen here. Is this what you expected? Are you surprised? Is it better?
I think everybody is like well prepared, and compared to the other Grand Prix that I played, the difference is that this time they shared the pairings like way before the tournament. I think 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the tournament, and that makes everybody be more prepared because I mean we all knew our opponents before. And for that, I think opening wise, we all played like some surprises in the tournament, and the quality of games, I think, yeah, most of the players are in good shape.
but you knew you were going to play all the players in this tournament. That's just how it works. There's 10 of you, and there's like 9 rounds. But how important is it, and why is it important that you know exactly who you're going to play in which round?
Well, you know the colors. I mean, when I used to play before, it was like you get ready for the tournaments like other tournaments. But yeah, of course, you played with other opponents, but you didn't have lots of time to prepare. That's why you see lots of first time attempt openings in this tournament. Like, for example, in my first round with Bibisara, she usually went d4, c4, or knight f3 the first move, and she played e4 with me. And I don't think that would have happened if we were playing a normal tournament, but it happened because she knew she was gonna play with me like long time before the tournament.
And in terms of these surprises, when you know who you're going to play, does it matter that you're going to meet some players in the beginning rather than the end, or is it just enough to know whether you're white or black against them?
I think it depends on how the tournament goes, so you cannot like predict everything from the beginning. But yeah, mostly for me it was that you knew all the opponents and the colors from before, so that's why it made it a little bit harder for me.
But I think once talking to you, I think you mentioned that against the toughest players, you were playing with black. That kind of didn't really go your way.
Yeah, except Nana, that is higher rated than me. I think with all other higher rated opponents, I played with black, which is not very pleasant, but what to do?
Okay, and finally, how many hours a day do you prepare, if that's not a secret?
During the tournament, or?
Yes, during this tournament.
In the first rounds, I was spending lots of time for preparation, but because before the tournament, I was not ready, so I had to like go through everything. But now I don't spend that much because now I reviewed all the openings.
So what's lots of time? 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours during the day?
Time for me is like 2-3 hours, but now I spend less than that.
Well, thank you very much for your time and good luck.
Thank you.
Again alone in the studio, but that's fine because we have so many exciting games happening right now. This is the 8th round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. And let's take a look at the most exciting game, Alina Kashlinskaya against Lela Javakhishvili. Here we have the situation where white actually decided to give up the pawn. This is exactly how we planned, how I suggested Alina to play, and she has this position. We had this on the board earlier, and here white can go with queen to h5 to attack the pawn here, or she can even think to play something like e6, quite straightforward a move to play. Another move that white can do here is bishop to b2 to finalize the development, something like rook to c1, and then later on to think about the king side attack. But this is quite promising position for white. So e takes d5 is on the board, and Alina is actually thinking, and she just goes with e5. And currently, this is the position what we have on the screen. So here black has the choice. Lela can either go to d7, which is a little bit passive move, and there is knight to e4, which is more active move. But this move actually gives the pawn back. So after knight to e4, if white takes on e4, we have d takes e4, queen takes e4, there's a threat of the checkmate, but there's g6 move, and black can just sit still. Even though that there is the beautiful pawn structure in the center, pair of bishop, this position is still just fine for black. The point being that, like at this position, there's a threat to move the knight away, to attack the queen and the bishop. So it is not so clear how white is going to increase the pressure. Let's say we go with e6, then we have pawn takes, queen takes, and after queen to f7, we have moved bishop to c4. This is already quite nice position for white, but after e6, black here has a brilliant move with knight to d4, hitting the queen and hitting the pawn on e6. And this can actually happen in the game. Currently, we have this position, so black is considering here either knight to d7 and knight to e4. It is a tough decision to make. I know as a fact that to give the pawn is much better option, rather than to play with extra pawn in this position, because black has very good initiative. But after e6, here you need to find a move like knight to d4. And this is a double attack. Queen is hanging and the pawn is hanging. It's not difficult move to find, but you have to go in this variation with queen c7, queen to f7, and then queen to e5. And now, for instance, move like rook to c8 is just fine, and black is having happy pieces on the board, and white is still struggling for the development. So this is the current position here. Let's now take a look at the Bibisara's game. She's the basically the leader of the tournament, with half a point ahead of many participants, 4 participants. Bibisara Assaubayeva with 4.5 points. She's facing Stavroula Tsolakidou. So let me show you guys the update version here. Here we have this position where we have the after queen c8 we saw this move queen to c8. We have rook to e1. Very nice developing move. Actually here she avoids the bishop trade. So if Stavroula goes here bishop to h3, then Bibisara will play a calm move, bishop to h1, and here we have fine position. We don't have rook on f1, so that was Bibisara's idea here. And Stavroula goes with knight to h7. The idea of this move is to play actually f5, f4, g5, and to start the king side attack. And basically here we are just seeing the position where black is attacking on the king side with these moves, and perhaps white will attack on the other side with a4, a5, a6. This is going to be the position. Double-edged so far, we have here Bibisara with more time on the clock, and Stavroula with 44 minutes on the clock. So Stavroula really likes to take all the minutes to consider all these moves. So this is currently the position, and now basically she wants to play F5. I wonder what Bibisara is considering. A4 or maybe E3 and D4, or E3 and F4. Those are also the moves. Another move, like we have to take care of the bishop as well. We can also develop the bishop and just to play normal move. But we can do actually that after A4 and then maybe even bishop to A3. Let's see this move. A4, F5, A5, and I don't know, something like G5, for instance. Then what happens? White can play bishop to A3 to target this diagonal. And let's say F4 in this position would not be such a great move, because after C5, somehow white's pawns are already out there on the queen side, on the 5th rank. So this is quite tough position. So anyway, she has already made the move really fast. After knight to h7, here Bibisara plays bishop to a3. And Stavroula here responds with rook to d8, guards the d file here, and the queen is on d1, so this is really good good move to be played. So here basically the situation is like that. That they need to, it's slow development, it's a lot of preparation, and at some point they have to start to push the pawns. Either in the center with c5, d5 for black, or either on the king side. But however, this move on d8, it tells me that black is not going to play on the king side. I love in this game how Bibisara is handling her clock situation. So let's see how the game goes on. Well, if Bibisara makes a draw, she will keep the leader's position for sure. And she will just wait the other players to win the tournament, win the match, and the other player can be actually Nana Dzagnidze, because she's having really nice chance to complicate even more this position. So last time we have seen this game against Vaishali is this moment. So f5 has been playing taking knight f3. We have seen this, and of course Vaishali pushed the pawn on e4 to open up the dark square bishop and get more space advantage in the center. Knight d2, that's a bit surprising move for me, because usually white goes with knight d4 and attacks the pawn on f5, but Nana's choice was to go here on d2, and her threat is to take the pawn f5 and then take the pawn on e4. So here at this point Vaishali is thinking, and what we can actually predict to happen in this position, it is quite strange setup of the game. So let's say something like h6. This is quite natural move. Vaishali on the screen, she's very thoughtful. She has actually way more time than Nana Dzagnidze, and I can see that she has already made the move, and there was knight to a6. And you guys, this was the first suggestion of the engine. But honestly, I did not really see I didn't understand the meaning of this move. But Vaishali decided to play this one. So the idea is to play knight to b4 and knight to d3 to get rid of the bishop. And very often you can just sacrifice the pawn for the pair of bishop. That's fine. So Nana is thinking in here, and here the time is very interesting. Very often I would say that the player who has the less time on the clock has the worst position, but in this case we can see the engine bar favors the white in here, but I think Nana is just thinking how to improve this position further. So what we can suggest is G takes f5, this is what can happen. Bishop takes f5, and in this position to play a3 to stop knight before happening. And And yeah, the black is just so packed here in this position. I like move like h6 here, and to have a chance to play something like b5. As the king is on the queen side, of course we want to open the position. So after c6, let's say rook to g8. That's also quite natural move to be played, with the idea of bishop d4 next move. And now it's a brilliant move actually. The engine suggests to go with knight to b4. Okay, that's a pretty move actually. Take, and knight is hanging now on c3, and let's say knight goes on b1. We go with c takes d5. If you take c takes d5, then you will struggle on the c file. But what you can do here with white pieces, then rook also comes on a2. The pawn is hanging. Rook can also come to be a c8. This pawn is under the threat. d4 is coming. So it's quite nice position here. You might see the evaluation bar being on the top. That's because of the moves that the engine suggests here, something like queen to b3 to target this square here, and after queen to a5 to get this queen in the game. We have some move like rook to g5, getting rook on the doubling rook on the g file, as well as the rook is controlling fifth rank perfectly fine. So in this position, there's a move of rook to g5 or rook to g2. Of course, rook g5 is much better move to be played. And there is a lot of things happening here. Even though the engine says here +2 for white, I would say that this is the double-edged position. So we basically cannot really predict what can happen here, because black has equal chances here to win the game as well, because it is really complicated. Anyway, in the game after knight to a6, Nana Dzagnidze played pawn takes f5. Pawn takes f5. I was just wondering what if not bishop to f5 and you play knight to b4 first, giving up this pawn, and then you take here. Point being then after queen to f4 or any other move like queen to g2, maybe you go with some like this. Bishop takes. Oh, I can take it. There's a pin. Maybe we can just prepare that happening. Take and knight a2 is a threat. Yeah, I would say this is double-edged position. It's not actually just clear for me that white has the advantage, because black also has a beautiful pair of bishop over here, knight over here. Yeah. Anyway, this is the position right now, and we are waiting for the next move. Let's move forward and see the game of Alexandra Kosteniuk and Muzychuk Mariya. We have some updates in here, and we predicted that this game would just continue in a way of bishop a6, c4, and yeah, d5, a brilliant move. d5 is the move, and I was actually thinking white goes with a3. This is very interesting, because after a3, basically Kosteniuk just sacrificed the pawn on d4. And what is her idea here? Queen is hanging, queen has to go back, And now let's say we take on f1, king takes on f1, and we play knight to a6. This is really, really odd position here. Yeah, quite surprising decision by Kosteniuk. She could just guard the pawn on c4 and play b3, but instead she decided to play a3 to kick the knight away. And at this point we can see Mariya Muzychuk is thinking and taking her time. She is taking her time. Knight cannot really go anywhere, so only move that black can play here is bishop to c4. But very often this might be the only move to play. Here basically black has no other choice to make. Black has to take the pawn on c4 to hit the queen. Then still we kind of choose to think at this point. We kind of choose to think at this point because yeah, then you are always curious what is the next. So queen is hanging, queen goes on d1. And now you can take this bishop, or you can even play knight to a6. And funny enough, these pawns are just fine. Do you guys know what is the name of the triple pawns on the same file? Let me know in the comment section on YouTube chat. So basically this is just equal position. Let's say after castle, black can play knight to c5 with idea to play knight d3 or knight to b3. Black can also play bishop to e7, castle on the short side, and this is just fine position for black. White, on the other hand, will try to get the pawn back, one of these pawns to get back. Something like knight d4 is the move to be played. So yeah, that is exactly what Mariya Muzychuk is thinking. She has 10 minutes more than her opponent Alexandra Kosteniuk. That's not too much time, but of course she can use this time as she wishes. But after a3, basically, yeah, bishop takes c4 is the only move to be played. Yeah, there's no other moves to make here. All right, let's go to the next game. Here we have the game that we were actually observing quite some times. So here we have very interesting turns of events. After e5, we have knight e4, and white is completely actually ignoring this knight on e4 and plays bishop to b2, which is the correct approach to have. And we can see Alina Kashlinskaya just sipping the cup of tea, perhaps, or coffee, and enjoying the position because it is quite pleasant for white to play this. Black captures the pawn, doubles the pawn on g-file, but this is not a big deal in this case because basically white can even use this h-file for the attack in the future, something like king f2 and rook h1 to rook to h7. We never know that, it can happen. Javakhishvili just played the move d4. I wonder what is the idea of this move? Perhaps to close the bishop? Perhaps to close the bishop and open up the bishop itself. So, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Rook to e8. Kashlinskaya just developing the final rook into the game, but I feel like there will be king to f2 and rook to h1 happening very soon with the attack on the king side, and this king side attack is quite powerful with some f5 and e6 happening. So even if there is no king to f2, which is like too fancy maybe in this position, but there is f5 and e6 as serious threat. So e6 is another threat, f5 is also out there. So let's see, queen to e7 or rook to e8, doesn't really matter after f5. Now you have to somehow react here in this position because f6 is a threat. And if you play yourself f6, then we have a check. King goes here. and we just take the pawn, queen takes, and we play this beautiful move, rook to f4, getting rook here, getting queen here. Black will struggle on the king side, especially when the bishop on c4 will control very important g8 square. So very likely we're going to get that position. It is black to move. Rook to e1 has been played here with black. So this is the current position. We have here actually Alina Kashlinskaya thinking a lot and converting her time a lot, and Lela Javakhishvili having more than 1 hour on the on her side. She made a move. What is that move? We're gonna see that very soon, but it is quite difficult to guess it. It is quite difficult to guess the move. I don't really see. Queen to rook d7. Maybe rook to d7. Oh no, rook to e8. So just to guard the e file. Yeah, she's avoiding e6 move. Okay, she's avoiding e6 move, but Alina has straightforward line here. Queen to h5, g6, and queen to h6. Dark squares are issues here for black. So we just see this variation. Let's say here we play knight to e7 to try to guard the king side and stop f5 happening, but we're not really stopping f5 in this position. So white can anyway go here. Threat is very serious. Like after f6 there will be a checkmate, so you can just ignore this. If you take, I take, you take, and I can just take on f5 with some check ideas. All right, this game is very interesting. This game is really interesting. Alina Kashlinskaya is having 40 minutes. On the board, Lela Javakhishvili is having 1 hour. Somehow this reminds me of the game of Lela Javakhishvili. She actually lost with black pieces in one of the previous rounds. That was against Sarah Hadem in the round 5, where everything was just fine, and then Sarah Hadem started the king side attack, and it was quite brutal for black. And yeah, we might see something similar, I'm afraid. After queen h5, black is weakening way too much on the king side. Anyways, Alina Kashlinskaya seems like she's comfortable in this position. This is move 21, so she will take, I believe, some more minutes here to make her next move. Queen to h5 is quite natural move to be played. Another move that I really like is king to f2 here. And I know the engine is a bit skeptical about that, just a little bit, still gives the white the advantage here in its position. But the idea is rook to h1, and this will be the target for white. If you don't want to make a move like that, of course, queen is always out there to be played. Anyways, we're gonna go to the next move right now and check it out what is happening in the other game. So here we have Sarah Hadem against Mariya Muzychuk, and we have not covered this game from the move 10. So this was the last time we saw this board. So knight to g6, that was our suggestion. Knight to g3 and bishop b6 as well. So here we have, this is quite standard position for both sides, g4 to maintain the space advantage, and after queen to b3 the pawn on c6 was hanging, so rook e8 is quite natural move. Takes, rook to d1. Here we have some of the trade of the pieces. I know that many of you guys are always like skeptical about the double pawns, but these double pawns are in the center, so they are controlling a lot of key points. So I would not consider them as a weakness in this position. I think it is just equal position. It is really equal to me. Black has its own ideas, white has its own ideas here, and black is just maybe playing to play rook to d8 to trade the rooks and go to the end game. Black's joker is the knight on f4, obviously. This is the strongest piece on the board, controlling a lot of important squares, attacking some of the weak spots on the king side as well. So far, this is quite balanced position between Sara Hadem and Anna Muzychuk. Sara Hadem is having actually not the best tournament of her career, because we know Sara Hadem is actually quite strong player. Her origin is Iranian. She was born in Tehran, but living in Spain and also representing the Spain. We can see that on the screen that she represents Spain. She just changed her federation, and it will be her first time at the Olympiad in Hungary to represent a new country alongside with the new players. But she used to be actually one of the players, and she is one of the players that we can consider as a top in the women's section. Her current rating is 24.89. She is just 27 years old, international master. And she is world blitz and rapid chess champion. In 2018, she actually won that prize, and I remember her in Moscow. There was a tournament. She also won the accumulated points competition as well. And Sara is many times world youth and junior chess champion. Her top rating has been 25-23. Right now, she lost some of her rating, but yeah. We hope to see her more and more in the top competitions, of course. Sara mentioned that she has not played the events for 6 months in a row, so that is actually quite challenging for the chess player not to play for 6 months, because of course every of them needs to play quite often to get more and more experience. But this is a start for her, as she will play this tournament. Later she will also play Olympiad, as well as Anna Muzychuk, who is her opponent. And Anna Muzychuk is the member of Ukrainian national team for many years, but maybe some of you knows and some of not that Anna has changed the federation, and for perhaps 10 years she was representing another federation. So guys, I'm gonna give you a hint. She was representing another European federation, and guess which one she was representing. Anyway, let's move forward. We can leave this game over here and we can go to check it out what is happening on the other boards. And we can go back to the game of Bibisara against Stavroula. Here we have basically not too much changes. Black managed to jump the knight on g5. We have white concentrating on the queen side. You guys can see how many of white's pieces are on the queen side. Even this bishop is targeting the queen side. So this gives black a good opportunity to start the play on the king side. For instance, bishop to h3 would make a lot of sense. You don't want to take this bishop on h3 because queen will get into the game and things might get really ugly here for white. Let's say bishop to b4 with some ideas to push the pawn. Now black can play, I don't know, even f5, f4, this kind of ideas. We definitely don't want to have this queen here. There is not a straightforward attack on the king side yet, but taking into consideration that all those pieces are on the queen side, we just might have conclusion that black really wants to have the king side attack in this position. So bishop to h3 would be the move to be considered. White has to withdraw this bishop back on h1 to keep it next to the king and guard the light squares. And now we have bishop g4, very nice move, just eyeing the pawn on e2. So let's see, bishop to b4. In this position we have check. King can go here, knight f5 with knight d4 ideas. Let's say we go a4, knight d4, hitting the queen, queen d1, and yeah, seems like black has so much power in the attack, but not enough to actually finalize the position here. If you play a move like queen to f5 to target the pawn on f2, after this move, you might actually struggle with this combination of the moves here. Something like knight to d5 to target the e7 square, queen and the king. Pawn as well. Queen goes back on d7. And I don't know, I like knight to e4 here with the idea of knight to f6. Yeah, wow, this is the game on. We have a huge fight here. We have a huge fight. I know you guys are missing Valerie, but he will not be here today. It's gonna be you and me only, so yeah. He'll be here tomorrow for the last round. And you guys, of course, I'll remind you this in the end of the game, in the end of the round, but we can also just mention it today that the last round will start at 1 p.m. at Tbilisi time, which is 11 a.m. Central European time. So tomorrow, the last round will be earlier, as usually we have it. So I hope you guys will stick around. Wow, what is happening here? Okay, this is a wild game. I like this game the most today. So we had d4, rook e1, and queen to c2, targeting the pawn on h7. White is threatening to take the bishop on h7. Black goes with g6, and white captures the pawn on d4. You cannot take it back because you will lose the queen. So if queen goes on d7 to attack the bishop, then the bishop can go back on b2. Or even better is to go back on a1. I know this looks quite natural, but after rook to c8, now knight e5 is a threat. You can play queen to b2 and build up this beautiful battery. Now the threat is e6 actually. It's quite serious threat. Those are the squares that white can actually dominate. So bishop to d4 has been played, and we can see that Alina Kashlinskaya just left the board. It is Javakhishvili who has to make the move. And this move has to be quite precise. If black goes with rook to c8, we still have this kind of setup here. Bishop a1 is a very nice move here to keep this square for the queen on b2. Let's say black offers the queen trade here, knight e7. We of course don't trade the queens. And after knight to d5, It's possible to push the pawn on e6 and just have a beautiful checkmate threats. Yeah, it's quite pleasant for Alina. Lela is about to make the move, and she goes with calm move queen to e7. Avoiding the pin on c file. Now she wants to take the bishop, so Alina has to retreat the bishop back. I would guess that she wants to retreat this bishop back on a1 to have this setup here on the h file. Yeah, this game is my favorite actually so far. Going forward, we can check out the game of Dzagnidze and Vaishali. This is my second favorite game today. Quite sharp, quite interesting. So what we have over here is that after taking on f5, black jumped the knight on b4. Queen is hanging, so queen goes on b3. And knight d3 is the move I would consider here to give a check, trade the bishop for the knight. The pawn is hanging here. After rook to g8, we can just take the pawn on f5. Rook g3, let's say. We can just cover this king. We can see that engine favors a little bit to white here, but it is double-edged position. I also like here black's just replacement of the pieces. Well, this is a position Vaishali is thinking. Vaishali with 37 minutes, Dzagnidze with 47 minutes, 10 minutes difference, and we can actually just guess that we might have a time pressure in this game. And we have the players with a lot of ambitions, both of them, Dzagnidze and Vaishali. Vaishali is the latest grandmaster, female grandmaster. She became a grandmaster in just last year, this year actually. So quite a responsibilities for her. So triple pawns are called Irish pawn century. Yeah, I've heard about that. Triple pawn is Irish pawn. Yeah, I have heard about that, but you guys tell me why exactly Irish pawns? What is the story behind that? Wow, this is something very interesting. Sarah Khadem just made the move a4 and attacks the queen of Anna Muzychuk. Anna Muzychuk is actually thinking right now to make her choice. She can either just withdraw the queen back, or she can play queen to a3 or queen to b4 to look after d6 move. Let's start with analysis of queen to d2. Black will go with a3, of course. We have here b3. And let's say rook to d8. c4, for instance. Rook takes rook, queen takes rook, and rook to d8. Hitting the queen. Queen goes on c1, and queen to e7. That's just guarding the pawn on a3. Yeah, very interesting situation between Sarah and Anna. I'll just keep this position on the screen. It is Anna to move. She has 49 minutes. 10 minutes increment. You guys let me know in the comment section if there is anyone that you fancy, you support? Is it Anna, is it Sarah, is it Nana or Bibisara? Like whoever player you're supporting, let me know. Right, Anna is taking her time. One of the best advices I have got from the top grandmaster is to use your opponent's time. That's exactly what Sarasadat Khademalsharieh is doing. She is just thinking for free. And that's actually quite good solution, guys. If you are the one who struggles with the time pressure, or if you are the one who have a lot of issues with time, one of the best advices, and I got it from David Navara, who is actually chess talent, like one of the greatest players in the world. He told me once in an interview that he dislikes to have the time pressures. Who does? And he actually is using his opponent's time to think. That is exactly what Sarah is doing. Mariya Muzychuk on the move. She has 3.5 points, just a half behind of the 4 players and 1 point behind of the leader of the tournament, Bibisara Assaubayeva. Anna has not much of the options, but she has to move the queen. She's considering to keep this queen on this diagonal and to play queen to a3 or queen to b4 to just control this diagonal, or to play queen to c2. There's no other options. Not too much of the options. The other game of Dzagnidze and Vaishali is actually going really crazy. Vaishali just played knight to d3, giving the check. If you move your king away, then bishop f5, just a simple move here. And yeah, you're just doing fine here in this position. After rook to g1, you can play a4, hitting the queen. And when queen goes on c2, which looks natural to me, there's knight to b4 move. And you have to be a bit careful. You have to be a bit careful because this knight will stick around forever. Those are 2 squares that this knight is attacking. So if you take this knight, then the pawn, which is guarded by the bishop, will actually create a lot of danger. And on the other hand, we have queen to f6 to hitting this knight and control these 2 squares. Nana Dzagnidze is actually thinking in this position. She has a little bit more than 10 minutes advantage on the clock. Vaishali, Vaishali is struggling with her time management at Grand Prix. Very likely she will just work on that for the next upcoming Grand Prix events, how to deal with that actually. But we have seen some of her games ending brutally for her because of the time pressure. So yes, Slovenia, that's exactly true. Anna Muzychuk was representing for 10 years Slovenia, even though she is from Ukraine. And then after 10 years, she decided to come back to Ukrainian Federation. Nana taking the knight on d3. Of course, it's always a good idea to get rid of the knight, which is on d3. Vaishali captured it back in a second. Well, the engine gives the evaluation to white. We can see the bar on the side goes all the way up, but this is double-edged position, I would say. I don't think that Vaishali at this point feels stressed because of her position. Well, the game between Bibisara and Tsolakidou, we have here this situation. And Tsolakidou. Stavroula, she is thinking for her next move. Very important tournament. We have seen her at the top event at the Women's Grand Prix for the first time. You guys, you might see the players at the World Rafting Blitz and other events, but this is quite a unique event. You need to be qualified and you need to be invited for this competition. And basically, she has all the rights to be here at this tournament, sharing the second place together with other participants. All right, the players are taking some time. We can take a quick look at the game of Kosteniuk and Muzychuk Mariya. Here we had this position, what we actually predicted, bishop trade, and after knight a6, here Kosteniuk decided to develop the king on g2 and do some kind of artificial castle with rook e1 next move, and this king on g2 looks quite safe. In the other game, Alina Kashlinskaya against Lela Javakhishvili. Here we have actually quite pleasant position for black. Few moves were exactly what we expected here. Queen d2 attacking the pawn on h7. Black played g6. Bishop takes the pawn, and bishop went back on b2. And here after queen to c5, Alina played what? No, Alina hasn't played any move yet. Alina hasn't played the move yet. I just wonder what happens after taking here and attacking the pawn on c5. You will counterattack the bishop on d3. And yeah, with this pawn, with also a pair of bishop, I like this position for white. I would choose to play with white. The engine says it is equal position. So let's wait for Alina. What will be her decision here? So she can also just put the g4 and play this kind of position with f5, e6 next move. It is maybe the end game without queens, but still the position is quite tense. All right, the other games are also just taking a little bit slow turn, and we are waiting for the moves to approach. So you guys, I'm gonna take a short break as I'm alone in the studio. I'm gonna get some refreshments and we'll be back shortly right after the break. See you soon.
that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolai signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
His clock is ticking. How will he respond to Eco's first move already?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say a lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Hi guys, once again, welcome back at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Tbilisi, Georgia. I'm Keti, and we have round 8. One sole leader, this is Bibisara Assaubayeva, who is leading the competition, and 4 other players who are chasing her just a half a point behind. Today, all the games are in progress, and we have really exciting moments. You guys, I know that you're asking about my co-commentator, Valerie, Grandmaster Valerie Gaprindashvili. He will join me tomorrow in the last round. Once again, I want to remind you guys that we will have early round tomorrow, 1 p.m. Tbilisi time. This is 11 a.m. Central European time. Please make sure you're gonna be here with us, and we're gonna actually witness the winner of the tournament. On the screen you can see Anna Muzychuk against Sarah Hadem. We can see the time is ticking on the clock. Anna has 20 minutes, Sarah has just a little bit more than 20 minutes on the clock, and I think now it's time to dive into the positions. The first game that we are going to take a look is obviously Sarah Hadem, Bibisara Assaubayeva, Sarah Hadem. Right now we have here on the screen with black pieces, but Bibisara is playing with white pieces against Stavroula. Bibisara with 23 minutes on the clock, Stavroula with 16 minutes on the clock. The engine gives the advantage to black in this position, and we can assume that this is because of the activity of those pieces against the white king. So let's take a look what happened after knight to h3 check. We have king g2, knight is now getting on d4 squared, so white goes with bishop f3 to attack the bishop, knight to d4 attacking the queen. We have queen to d1, bishop goes back on a6, and after knight d5 we have the move like king to h8. I wonder what is the idea of this move, perhaps just to avoid knight e7 fork. And here we have this position. All right, c6 has been played here, while the engine was suggesting actually to go with h5 in this position, with the idea to go h4, take here and open up the h file. So let's see if white just could go the moves like this, then you can also just activate the bishop on this file. So black has a huge advantage in that position. Coming back here in the current position, what we have on the board, c6, attacking the knight, and here Bibisara is thinking what to do. The knight is hanging. If knight goes back on c3, then black can actually go with h5, gaining more and more space advantage. Why not? Then bishop can go here, king can go here, and rook can go on h8, and that's quite powerful. Bibisara already made that move, knight to c3. Crazy move can happen after b6. So after b6, you want to play knight to c7, and if c takes d5 happens, c takes d5, queen is hanging and the bishop is hanging at the same time. White is getting the piece back, and this is obviously just perfect position for white. I think Bibisara could play the b6 move there. She actually did not spend too much time to play next move. I love this position for white. The pawn is hanging. Another pawn is also hanging. King is just fine here at this point. But to make the move like b6 here, it is difficult. Very often my students are telling me that they can find the moves easily when they know that this is a puzzle, but when it comes to the actual game, then they are struggling because no one tells them this is a puzzle moment, find the best move. So here b6 was such a case. And what Bibisara did was quite natural. After c6, she played knight to c3. I would also play myself knight to c3. Very calm move, very natural move. Played very fast because they have played 23 moves at this point, and they still have to make 17 more moves, so it's better to play fast at this point. And Stavroula goes with h5 in this position. Stavroula keeps a slight edge for the moment. We have to take a look at the game of Nana and Vaishali. So here in this position, after capturing the knight on d3, black captured it back, rook to g1, king to h8, just getting out of this pin. And what we have here is knight jumping on e4, opening up the square for the queen to capture the pawn on d3, and we have bishop to f5. White has to be a little bit careful to take this one because knight will be pinned. It is possible, there's nothing wrong with that. After queen to e7, you can anyway just do this and this to start to attack the pawn, bishop on g7. White can actually calmly sacrifice an exchange here. After doubling the pawns, it's not a problem because the dark square bishop can get on d5, d4. So this is the current position. Bishop f5 has been played, and now Nana is considering what to do. she can play queen d4, or she can just play something else. So 19 minutes for Nana. This is move 19. So 21 more moves to play. That makes actually less than a minute for each move, which is basically not realistic. You need a little bit more than a minute for per move usually. So I see in this game there's some time struggle. So we can see here the sum of the statistics actually, and Alina Kashlinskaya actually with 4 points in this round 7. What you can see here is the progress by the points of each player. So we can actually go ahead. Alina Kashlinskaya is the one who actually improves quite a lot, as well as Bibisara Assaubayeva. She has won 2 games in the road, in a row. Some of the players, for instance, Kosteniuk, we have on the last spot. This is because of the last 2 losses that she had in these tournaments. But this happens. It's fine to have sometimes bad tournament, but hopefully she will come back stronger in the other Grand Prix tournaments. We know that actually Alexandra herself, she is the winner of at least 2 Grand Prix tournaments. So we can see here Alina Kashlinskaya is having the best progress by the rounds. Mariya Muzychuk is another player. Dzagnidze is, of course, the player who is getting more and more points every round. Bibisara Assaubayeva is another player who is getting at least a half a point in each round, which makes a leader of the tournament. You can see that with 4.5 points, she is now a leader of the competition. Anyways, going back to the position, we're talking right now about Vaishali and Dzagnidze. We can see Vaishali has 12 minutes on the clock. She's quite reserved player. She has a lot of tactical motives. 12 minutes, I think that might be a little bit of low time on the clock, but Vaishali, when she visited us in the studio, she mentioned there her time is somehow always sticking on the clock, and she has the time pressure. Now Nana is taking her time, and this gives us the momentum to go forward and check out what is happening between Kashlinskaya and Lela Javakhishvili. This is my absolutely favorite game here, how Kashlinskaya is doing everything. So after queen c5, we have a queen trade, and f5 has happened. So instead of this move f5, white can just play something like bishop to b5 to increase the pressure. If you kick this bishop away, then I will just play bishop to either c4 or to a4. Both moves are just fantastic here in this position. And after knight to d4, you can go with g4. So you basically want to improve the position of the bishop and also go forward with the pawns by the support in other pawns. What Alina did here was f5. This is also a fine move, but this pawn is not supported by the g pawn. So here Lela actually played knight to d4, centralizing the knight in this position. And after bishop to c4, beautiful move. The threat is f takes g6 and then take on f7. We have g takes f5 and e6. Oh wow. Oh wow, look at this. If you take this pawn with the pawn, then we have this beautiful way to win the exchange. There's a check and black is losing the exchange, and the game is also quite difficult to handle. What happens after knight takes e6? White is playing to take rook to e6, and be careful with jumping with the knight. It is pinned, and of course the other bishop is quite strong, so something like rook e4, rook g4 might even end the game. So after e6, I wonder what is the black's response if f6 is not possible and knight to e6 is not possible. On the other hand, this is the threat here. What we have, Alina Kashlinskaya, 10 minutes on the clock for 10 moves. So that's basically 1 minute per move. That's fine, but not too much. Some of the moves are easy to make. Some of the moves are, of course, just difficult. e6, I love that move. I love that move. All right, going forward to check out next games. What we have here is Alexandra Kosteniuk and Mariya Muzychuk. Let's see. So we had this position. We were wondering what happens after knight to b4 as the pawn on c2 is hanging. So the answer was knight to f3, bishop a6 hitting the queen c4. You don't want to take this pawn on c4 with the bishop, because basically this is just hanging, indeed. So after c4 you go d5, and now you can take on c4 because we have 3 attackers and 2 defenders. After this move, white went to a3, and that was the last moment we saw this position. So here we have bishop c4 attacking the queen. Take knight a6. We were considering this position, queen to d7. And here we have a couple of moves, just developing moves, castle and queen f to a8. Some of you guys are asking me, why rook to f to a8? That is a tough question. So I would assume that this move was played because Mariya here wants to free the knight. This knight wants to go anywhere. So let me put it in this way. You need the rook to be on the 6th rank because the pawn on c6 is hanging, right? So we have this, and these pieces are attacking that. So that makes your knight stuck on this file. And knight is attacking, on the other hand, the rook. So this knight is under huge pressure. So now moves like h6 would be a blunder, because after b4, after I'm attacking the knight, you have to make decision what to do. You have to move your knight. If you move your knight, you lose your rook. And what else to do? The knight is actually hanging. So that was the main reason here, a tactical reason. You cannot leave this rook. For instance, we just play rook to a8. Once again, we have this move. Now knight is hanging, knight goes somewhere, and we can just take the pawn on c6. So rook to f to a8 is a defensive move, and black wants to guard the rook on a6, which makes this knight free to move around. Knight e4 or knight to e6. And queen to c2 has been played. a4. Beautifully done, this move. I like to stop and blockade the pawns here. And after h4 that Alexandra played, we have h5. Alexandra is trying her best to start some kind of king side attack. h6 was the last move for Mariya, and we can see that Alexandra has already made the move. We're gonna see that move on the screen quite fast, and that is rook to h2 d1. Just centralizing the rook on the file. This is currently the position. You guys, I'm gonna get the water because my throat is getting dried as I am talking way too much. All right. Mariya is taking her time. 22 minutes. Alexandra has 5 minutes, you guys. She is actually having just 5 minutes for 15 more moves. Wow. That's not much of the time. All right. What we should do now here with black. Mariya answers that very fast. She already made the move. I have a feeling she wants to pressure on time of Alexandra. And soon we will receive the moves on the board. Still waiting for that. Alexandra Kosteniuk, the women's world chess champion in 2018 and the winner of many competitions. Actually, she is the player who has won almost everything, I think basically everything. Currently her rating is 2488 and she represents Switzerland, but for 14 years she has actually gathered together Women World Chess Championship title in 28, won European Champions title, 2 times Fischer Random Chess Champions title, World Rapid Chess Championship title, and vice champion in Blitz, and the winner of several Women Grand Prix as well. I think Alexandra has won it all already, and she is a true role model of all the chess girls. She has to face now bishop to f8. That's exactly what Muzychuk has played in this position. This is a move you are waiting for your opponent. You are not making any decisions, but look at Alexandra's time. She's having 4 minutes and she's still thinking what to do. We see the engine bar says the advantage for black. This is because of all the weaknesses that white is having, starting from b2, continue with e5 and h5 as well. But when you are playing on the board, this is not very much feelable. This kind of situations, you might just not see that. Look at her. Look at the time. She wrote down the move and also wrote down the time on the clock. Oh, wait a moment. What's happening here? Kashlinskaya against Javakhishvili. Javakhishvili just gave up the exchange? Oh. She captured the pawn, takes e6. Wait, let's get the camera there. It is a strange move. Okay, well, after e6, knight takes e6 is possible, but after rook to f5, white has really, really strong attack on the king side together with the bishop. Another bishop, rook on f-file, and another rook coming here, or from e-file. From f-file as well. So after evaluating this position and long thoughts, here actually black decided to capture with a pawn. Is there a chance that she blundered? I don't know. I'm confused. I am very much confused. It is white's advantage, huge advantage here. So let's see how black is doing here. We can't push the pawn. We simply can't push the pawn because too many things are hanging. We can take this pawn, or we can actually go after the pawn on a7. Maybe we want to stop this pawn as well. Maybe this was actually Lela's calculation that I can just put these pieces here. They guard each other. They are strong. If you take, for instance, the pawn on a7, you might here have some moves like d2, and then rook c2 and stuff like that. Still, I just don't understand. Still, I just don't understand the decision that Blake made here. There is a compensation, that's true. There's a compensation, obviously, for exchange. Because of the exchange, Black has this pawn here on d4, which is quite important pawn. But that was absolutely unnecessary. Lela already played the move, and I can see that her pawn is on d3. So basically, after taking here on f5, d2 is winning because we have this check. We have a strong move, bishop to a6. Brilliant move. Look at this. It's just brilliant move. It's just a brilliant move. Fantastic move. Sacrificing a bishop, and then we have rook takes rook and d1 queen. And this rook is hanging. You take, I take. Oh, not there. Yeah, this is actually Lela's hope here. That's why she went to this endgame. Alina with 9 minutes for next 10 moves. She can pull it over. She can absolutely pull it over, starting with rook to e7. Bishop e4. Takes d2. Rook d7. Rook to c2, rook d1. And taking this pawn, you can always trade this pawn to another. But this is the risk-free position for white indeed. All right. It is what it is. We are going back to see the game of the leaders, as we have something super complicated here. e4? Is this real? I need to check it out on the screen. Let's see. Bibisara Assaubayeva, Stavroula Tsolakidou. Is this even real? What? Look at this. 94, f5, 96, a piece sacrifice. Then you take the pawn, knight on h3, pawn f4 check, king goes back, and e4. What? Crazy. What's the idea of e4? Open up the bishop. Okay, oh, they're playing very fast. They're playing very, very fast. e4 has been played to take c4. And we are waiting at this point. We are waiting at this point. So important game. Any decisive result here can just change the situation of the position of the whole tournament. Stavroula with 5 minutes on the clock. What a game. What not a game. It's not a peaceful game indeed. They are trying their best. Stavroula Tsolakidou. Her move to make. The moment of the silence. So Stavroula back to 4 minutes. We have the time pressure in this game as well as this game. 2 minutes for Kosteniuk. Now Vaishali, we can take a look at this one as well, as Vaishali has seconds on, a few minutes on the clock. Bishop to d4. White wants to trade the bishops. Of course, you cannot take this bishop because there will be a checkmate threats. Right now, we cannot checkmate because knight is guarding, but after this move, we are threatening rook to g7. Vaishali made the move so peacefully. I like that she's not showing too much emotions. She has this poker face all the time. That's pretty good. Very often, it is obviously easier for us to see the evaluation bar because you can just see it with the engine and you can understand what's happening. But when you're playing an actual game, it is a difficult process to guess if you are better or if you're wrong, worst. So to have a poker face in the chess game, it is quite important. There we go, rook to g1. But we have before rook d7, guarding the bishop on g7, and rook to g1. Increasing the pressure. Vaishali. She has to speed up a little bit, 17 more moves to be played. We will just wait in this position. Both of them pretty focused. We can see Nana just covering her whole face by the hands. Vaishali made her move, and this is, oh, not this one, sorry. And Unfortunately, we're getting moves too late, and in the game, I can't really see what's happening. Rook d7 and rook f7. Maybe Vaishali played rook f7. Yeah, rook f7 has played. Guys, let me know who do you support in this competition, as we are having already the last rounds. Every point matters, of course. It also matters who you support. It is so important for chess players to get the positive energy from the viewers. Nana deep in her thoughts. Very important match for Nana. Nana is actually having a very tough tournament, as she had so many chances to win the games. There was always something just popping up, and then a lot of games against Mariya Muzychuk or Bibisara Assaubayeva. She has just so winning position. When it's a lot of nerves in the game, of course, it is difficult to make the right decisions. I totally understand that. Back to the game of Kashlinskaya against Lela Javakhishvili. Here we have this position. Nothing pretty much changed here. So what white is doing, white wants to activate the pieces, maybe rook to b5, maybe king f2, king to e3. White always have this g4, or can always take the pawn on d3 and exchange the rook for a pawn and the bishop. A risk-free position here. And the other game over here, Kosteniuk with 2 minutes on the clock. What can happen here? c5, bishop takes, rook takes, queen is hanging. Where the king, let's say queen to d3. I go c6. You go rook to c1 to attack this. I go rook to b6. Somehow those pawns are too exposed, too exposed. The game that we have not covered for a long time, this is Alina Muzychuk against Sarasadat. We can see that white has an advantage. We have not seen this game ever since this situation, so we can take a look what has happened. We have knight f4, another knight is coming over, we have double pawns on e-file. The rook trade seems like equal position to me, slightly better because of the pawn structure, and here we have this situation right now. I would say that it is equal, where white has a bit more chances to win. Let's say knight to b3 to get this knight on c5. We just stop that happening with b6. Or knight a5 is anyway possible, because now if you take, I take, and I won't exchange, and there's a pin. So what you can do here, I don't know, you can take this pawn and expose the king, and then take here, and then take here. Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. This is absolutely interesting. So Anna can do this. Anna can do this. Knight b6, knight a5 idea. Or knight c5 idea. The rook can be a target. Anna, she actually decided to do something else. She goes rook to d6. Going after e6 pawn. Yeah, why not? Well, she's preparing here knight f3 because the pawn on e5 is hanging. And you have to be very precise. You cannot move your queen that easily because this rook is hanging. And always the question is what to do. Well, look at this situation. Bibisara against Stavroula on the last board. Bibisara, the leader of the tournament. Stavroula just half a behind to Bibisara. Very important match for both of them. The winner of this match will take a lead. A draw will keep the situation same. At this point, white can actually get the better position because bishop to a3 wins the exchange. I think rook to f8 was just a blunder. And Bibi made a move. I don't know what she played. Let's try to see the move. I don't see it, bishop on a3, honestly. Oof, so much nerves. Well, actually, Bibisara already made a move. I wonder what is it? Is it bishop? No, it's not bishop. It is king to g1. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, 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 so much nerves. Bishop a3 is such a natural move. Bibisara with 12 minutes on the clock, she can spot it out for sure. What she was afraid actually in this position. Let's see. Yeah, of course the pawn is hanging with a pin. But then you lose the rook. So let's say it takes. I take. You take. I take. And g5. Yeah, there is some compensation for sure. At this moment, we can see 4 games in progress. But you guys, we have 5 games in progress today. No one wants to end the game that fast. 3 hours and 20 minutes in progress. King to g1 has happened. Now black can just get rid of this knight. Knight is defender. And then move the rook away, probably this one to increase the pressure later on with g5, g4 and h4. I know you guys would ask me, what about the king? King is out there. But it's possible. There is no single white piece to attack the king, and on the other side, we have a lot of pieces attacking the white king. Coming back to the game of Alexandra Kosteniuk and Mariya Muzychuk, here we have the situation where the latest move has been played, rook to c4. Just giving away this rook here. If you take, then I take the queen. It's a blunder. And what else to do? I want to take here. I don't know, like rook b3, rook c5, c6, queen c2. Three decisive matches today, Ravi Varna says so. Yeah, I think we're gonna have 2 or more decisive results. Okay, tricky move by Alexandra against Mariya Muzychuk. Nana captured something on the other side of the board. We have to take a look what has happened there. What is the piece she captured? This is the current position. Wait, oh, bishop takes g7. I thought she sacrificed the exchange. Vaishali takes with the rook. If white takes, I take. You take, I take. Knight here. If you go here, I might have moved like this. Oh, it's a blunder! Checkmate in one move. Oy, oy, oy. So b3. b3 has to be placed. That king can, king can run away. Bishop takes the pawn. King b2. Bishop goes back. King a3. This can be the plan. The king walk. Okay, jokes beside. Let's see what Nana plays. She didn't capture the rook on g7. We see that both rooks are on the board. Did she just play king to d1? Oh, what? What? The king is on d1. She played king d1. Why is that? Yeah, okay, we see this checkmate on e1. She wanted to guard it, but still it's funny looking move. Yeah, that's true. King d1, Vaishali traded the rook. Now Nana traded back with rook takes. This is actually a funny move. King e2 next one. Ooh, Sarah has improved the position, but the engine says like it's so bad. Why is that so? After h4, now it is black to move. What white wants to do is to play h5 and lock the king here. Let's say we go b6, h5, c5, queen d6. We want to take this one, and we just drop the knight. Oy, 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 oy. Anna Muzychuk, been tricky. Sarah just made a move. What is that move? Minutes for Anna. For Sarah, we have less than 2 minutes. So that was queen to b2 that Sarah played. After queen b2, you can even do this move because knight g6 now will be met by h5. Oof, that's a dangerous territory Sarah had them on the screen. She knows it's difficult. She has actually less than 2 minutes on the clock, waiting for the moves from Anna. The game between Alina Kashlinskaya against Lela Javakhishvili. Alina is improving her advantage, now trading the double pawns on g file to f file. Alina has not played chess for almost 1 year. Coming back at the Women's Grand Prix with this shape, that's amazing. And then she will play at the Olympiad after this tournament, and then she will play at Global Chess League. Those are the biggest tournaments coming up, and Alina told me that she will attend all these big competitions together with her son, and also her husband is quite famous, one of the lead grandmasters in the Polish chess, Radoslav Wojtaszek. So they will play as a team at the Olympiad. Rook to f4, the threat is g4, watch out. Watch out, you have a serious threat here with white. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, this is risk-free position for white. Ooh, what happened here? Sarah Khadem resigned. Oh no, Sarah Khadem resigned and she lost this game. She had a good chance to make a draw today, like to hold the position, but then dramatic turns of event has happened. And Anna Muzychuk as actually the one who won the tournament. Anna will have 4.5 points right now, joining the leaders. Winning the tournament means that you are just very close to the leaders. Yeah, nicely done by Anna. h5, taking away the square of the knight. The queen d6 is coming next with queen f8 and queen to h8 checkmate. And basically black has no time to do anything. Whatever you do here doesn't, oh, not that one obviously, doesn't really matters. White is going here. And next move is queen takes f8 and queen to h8 checkmate. So 1 game down. Anna Muzychuk won her game against Sarah Khadem. We have 4 games in progress. Let me check out what is happening. We have next game Nana Dzagnidze against Vaishali. Here in this position, the engine says no, no, no for white. Let's see what happens, because white was having some edge. So after taking, king d1 was a bit like not a move to me. I didn't really understand this move, but there is a check. King g, knight g4, knight e3. And basically the problem here for white is that white is losing the pawn on h3. Look, losing the pawn on h3 is not obviously something that Nana planned. So if queen takes, we have this move, and Vaishali took this pawn. Queen takes. Now what to do? Maybe it's time to make a draw. Maybe it's time to make a draw with white, because basically black has the passed pawn, which is we call this outside passed pawn, much stronger than this pawn here. We are actually approaching the time pressure. Let's keep the eye on this game. Nana is struggling on the clock as well as Vaishali. We can see Vaishali last 40 seconds. She played h4. Queen d4 and h4. This is a chance for Vaishali to increase the pressure, and I think it's a good time for Nana to call it a day and make a draw. This might get really dangerous with a pawn here. And she made the move. Nana Dzagnidze, I think she played knight to g4. With ideas of queen to f6. Is that a move? Because engine says no, 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 don't do that. Don't do that. It's not a blunder, it's just like after knight to h5, there's no queen f6 move. Knight is at a better position. Let's see, Vaishali, 20 seconds to go. Last 5 moves to make for her to get the increment. 12, 11, 10. Vaishali has to make the move. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. These players are not showing any nerves. They're making the moves on the seconds. So Queen h1 has been played. King e2 was responded very fast. Again, 22 seconds for Vaishali. She'll go with another other check here. Oh, this way. So check. No, she's not going for check. She's not going for check. Instead of this, she went for knight to f5, which is a very good move. Guarding f6. And now Nana has the move like queen to e3 to go after this square. Beautiful move. Let's see what she will play. This is currently the position. Both players having less than a minute on the clock. Here we have king to f2 by Nana. The end drops all the way down. After h3, yeah, white will struggle with queen g2 and h2, h1. Let's see what Vaishali will play. Yeah, you don't need to ask her twice. Oh, Nana has to find a miracle here. Meanwhile, checking very quickly the game of Bibisara Stavroula. Stavroula is having less than a minute on the clock, 12 seconds. Actually, I see the 11 seconds. And she goes with a g5. So we're going to receive the moves fast. Bibisara just getting the hand cream, lip balm from the purse and put it on her lips. Yeah, she has 3 minutes. She doesn't really, she's not very much worried, so she can of course do that. I also do that a lot. There are a lot of things we're just doing unconsciously. You don't even realize what you're doing. You're so deep in the thoughts. Rook to d1. Here we have the pin on this file. I think here we had the move g5, and Stavroula has left the board. So she got 40 moves, and this is 40th move. Which means that she has a lot of time now to deal with. So we can move forward. Vaishali making the next move. Queen h8 has been played in this position. So after h3, queen to h8, queen g2, and currently we have this position. Yeah, we're gonna keep the eye on this one. King e1 is move 39. We're waiting for last one move to be played, and we can then give the evaluation to this position. Vaishali h2. She is threatening to promote the pawn. How Nana is going to stop that? The knight is pinned. If you play king to e2, then we might just have this situation, sacrificing the queen, getting another queen, and with extra bishop here in this position, this is gonna be tough to actually make a draw. No, that's gonna be tough. Knight and bishop are good defenders of the king. Knight f2 was the move 40, and h2 was the move 40 as well. So now we can see Vaishali standing up from the game. We can assume here that Vaishali has big advantage. On the other board, we also have the advantage for white, Bibisara Assaubayeva, and they have passed the 14 moves. In this position, so we're gonna have some time off. What about this one? Here we have Kashlinskaya against Javakhishvili. Kashlinskaya is keeping the advantage, and they also reached move 40. And the last game now, what do we have here? We have Alexandra Kosteniuk against Mariya Muzychuk, and they also have reached the move 40, and we have actually the rook endgame. We haven't seen this game too much. Let me go back and take a look what has happened. This was the last time we saw rook to c4 was the move that I liked very much, rook d4, and here we have this situation, rook endgame. Rook endgame has a tendency to be the drawish. It is actually the myth, guys. You can win the rook endgame just like any other games, but very often rook is an active piece, and you can always find the counterplay. All right, anyway, those are the last games in the progress, and we have reached already 40 moves on each board. I'm gonna take a short break right now. You guys gonna have the view of the playing venue and also the little board on the screen. I will choose one of the games in progress, which are in progress. The game of Bibisara and Stavroula is the most important according to the standings, as Bibisara is the leader and Stavroula is so close to catch her up. So this is gonna be the moves you can see and observe while I'm on a break, and I'll see you in the other side. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss any action at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. Hi guys, welcome back at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix Tbilisi, Georgia. I'm Keti, and I would like to show you some very important and key points of today's games. Round 8 is in progress, and at this point we have one game down and all the 4 games in progress. The game that has ended was between Mariya Muzychuk and Sara Khademalsharieh. Mariya Muzychuk is having right now 4.5 points, and she has a very good chance to catch up with leaders. Well, the leader herself, Bibisara Assaubayeva, she has 4.5 points. She is playing against Stavroula Tsolakidou, and here we have the position. It is quite complicated, and we are going to dive into this variation. You guys, once again, I would like to remind you that we have 15 minutes delay between each other. I'm gonna see your questions or your comments a little bit later, and you will see my answer also quite late, but still feel free to let me know who do you support and who do you think gonna win this tournament. I'll read it out. Okay, what is happening here? We have to start from Bibisara Stavroula's game, and here we have this position. The last time we have seen the game was somewhere here. When all these things has happened, we had a lot of changes, quite complicated position, guys. I'm gonna go through these moves quite quickly to reach the final position, but you can imagine this is double-edged position. Whole position is just open. We have both kings exposed, and basically no one knows what's gonna happen here. So queen to f1, bishop to e5, pinning the knight on g3. Stavroula is doing a great job. Bibisara on her side, she's also keeping the edge. At this point, after g5, this was the last point we saw. Bibisara made king to g1, and we see that this is a blunder. So what happened? Isn't this bishop just hanging? Why she blundered that move? Well, the point is that g4 was a threat. Here we have the queen on f1. Queen g2 was the move, but there is move g4 in this position, and the queen to g4, and this is the pin. Rook to g8 is coming, and basically too many things are happening on the h file. Rook d3, it's possible here to guard the knight, and white is still having a winning position. But when you have seconds on the clock, it is, of course, difficult to spot it out, all these possibilities. So actually, g5 was the move of 40, so Bibisara had a lot of time here, not only seconds. That's my bad, actually. She played king to g1 after thinking sometimes. I mentioned about this earlier, and I will just I repeat it again. Very often, myself and also other players too make the blunders or mistakes around move 40. It is either move 39, move 40, and move 41 are the most critical and crucial in the chess games. So we have to be careful at that point. Anyways. Then we had, after king to g1, Stavroula took this chance to capture the bishop on h3, knight to jumps here on f5, rook cuts the second rank, and f4. Wow, look at this, f4, Bibisara, just allowing black to capture this pawn. Let's say bishop takes here. This is a trap, because now this rook goes on the 3rd rank. Another rook is already 7th rank, so rook g7, rook h3, rook g7 is a threat, and you cannot do much about it. So you have to allow me rook to h7, and after taking here, there will be basically just game over after knight to e7. This is the fork, thank you very much. So after f4, let's say if pawn takes on f4, king h2, now f3 check is not really working because of the king h3. Oh, and after this check, the king cannot go anywhere, actually. Knight h4, and this is fine position. After queen to f2, there is no more check, and white just have an extra rook, which is winning, obviously. So if king goes on h1 instead, this is a blunder, because there is a checkmate in a few moves, actually in 2 moves. Here we have this one. So black has to take the pawn on f4. Black has to take on f4, that's possible. And we are waiting Stavroula to make her decision. 13 minutes on the clock. I don't know how you guys think, but with the posture of Bibisara, I think she knows that there was some missed chance here. She was much better, and now it's more or less questionable position. And Stavroula looks for all these variations. The bishop is hanging, rook is hanging. Is there any other move to be played in this position? There's queen to h5, rook h1 is the... is a threat. I don't know how to avoid this. I think Stavroula will go for queen to h5. Is that really bad? Let's say take here and sacrifice the queen. We take. Maybe this is still fine. Knight into rooks against queen and the rook. I would say this is still unclear to me. I think it is unclear. King is exposed for both sides. It is in balanced position and the game is on. The game is absolutely on. All right. Waiting for Stavroula's move. I would love to see the move here, so I'll just keep the eye on this one and then we can move the forward. She can either play queen to h5, she can play either g takes f4. She's very close to make the decision. By the body posture, I think she's very comfortable here as she has a lot of chances. Earlier, she had quite difficult position, a lot of time on the clock, and this is not the correct time. At the digital board, guys, we can see on the actual board it is 11 minutes for black. So sometimes we are just having the wrong information on the clock, but that is fine as long as we can see the current situation on the real board, live board and live clock. We can rely on that. And Stavroula, no, she's not making any move. She is not making any move. And Bibisara waits for her opponent to make the decision. Calculating a lot of moves, 10 minutes. Maybe I will just do a quick round to the other games too. Here we have the game Kosteniuk Alexandra, Mariya Muzychuk, Kosteniuk Alexandra managed to equalize the position quite nicely. So here we have this rook end game. We might expect this game to end relatively fast because basically there is no way to improve here with white. The 7th rank is controlled. There is also hard to improve this with black. Rook to c2 b7 has happened. Black didn't even play this move because after rook to c1 the king can start to come back and capture this pawn, and then this will be the target. Rook to b7 has been played by Mariya Muzychuk. Some sneaky kind of move here to be played. She wants to play this one and capture the pawn on a3, but I think she has to be a bit careful because then in that case the rook will also come. I think this game will finish next. Coming to the game of Alina Kashlinskaya, Lela Javakhishvili, Alina is keeping a big advantage on the board. Now the check is out there. If you play king e7, then we have rook to e4, the bishop is pinned. You have to do the move like that. You capture the pawn on d3, and after king to f7, you just go king to d4 or king to c3, and at some point you can just trade the bishops whenever it is ready, capture this pawn and win this game, or first capture this one and then win the game. That's the possibility. So I would assume that Alina here will convert it. She has 10 minutes and Javakhishvili has actually 6 minutes. I love the way how Alina Kashlinskaya is playing, very nicely prepared, and also all her games are quite interesting. Another chance for her with white pieces. Lela is about to make the move. Tough decision. The check is on the board. What she can do is she going to play bishop to f5 to guard the pawn over here. Then how about rook to a6 to take this rook off the board? And you cannot do much about it. You just lose the pawn. Coming to one of the key games of this tournament, Nana Dzagnidze against Vaishali, we can see that Vaishali is having the extra piece. Nana already had the situation against Mariya Muzychuk when she was a piece down in the queen endgame, and bishop was on the board, but it was a bit different position. Now Nana is trying to find the checks, but there are few squares for Vaishali for this king. King to h6 has happened, and there's no more checks. The pawn is out there. This pawn will go all the way forward. Knight is extra. Any queen trade will be just better for black. I think Nana is really struggling. Unfortunately for her, some things went wrong, even though that in the middle game she was just playing so good game. And coming back to Stavroula against Bibisara, wow, Stavroula is a star of the event. You guys, we have seen all the participants. Already at this point, we have seen Bibisara, we can see Dzagnidze, of course, Kosteniuk, Vaishali, Muzychuk sisters, Sarasadat, Alina Kashlinskaya. We have all seen all of their games. They were already participants of the Grand Prix, but Stavroula, this is actually my first time seeing her games, and I am quite impressed of her defensive skills. So what happened here after f4? She decided to go with h5 to sacrifice the bishop for a bit and to get the queen. So at this point, you can see the king is already on f2, and Stavroula is thinking here to take on f1 to find something else. There's check. Is that the move she's considering? I doubt that's the move, because now queen g2, if you take queen g2, then let me show this one. White has here winning position, because I know it's an exchange up for black, but like after e6, the chess is pure calculation sometimes, and after this move, e7 is coming, the pawn is hanging, and all those pawns are simply just weak. Knight is well protected. The king will come on f3 to protect those two pawns, and basically this is just game over for black. So because of that, after queen to g2, you can't really take this queen, and if check, then here, oh, is that the repetition? This is a repetition, but there is this move king to e3. King to e3, go into this, and once again e6. Wow, look at this powerful king. There is a check, queen to f2, and that's it, no more checks. e7 is coming. Wow. So that means that Stavroula is taking here some time, but basically she cannot do much, but she has to take here, and then queen to h2 is the move she can do, and there we go. We have this queen trade, check, g4, and. Yeah, okay. White pieces are very strong, but black also has this pawn, which is compensating the strength of the knight on f5. Yep. All right. Going to the game of Kosteniuk against Muzychuk. This game is about to finish with a draw, as White's king now is getting in the center on the queen side. We're gonna have the draw offer very soon. Let's say White can simply take this pawn. Take is a draw. Oh, not that way. This was a mouse slip, and king cannot win against king, obviously. So after taking on c3, if a2 happens, oh, she didn't do that. Then rook to c7 and rook to a7 is a draw. Wherever the rook goes, here we have it. But what Alexandra did is also quite nice, actually, hitting the rook goes whatever, here or here. Now we just take the pawn. do we? Do we take the pawn? Okay, there's this blunder, you guys. There's this blunder. Wait, first here. No. Rook a8. Oh, wow, this is fantastic. You can do this one to go in here because you lose the rook. And if you go here, I just go rook c2. Okay. Sneaky. That's why, yeah, that's why white could just take the pawn at the right time. Anyways, this is also a draw. White just has to find here the move rook to c2 or rook to a1. Let's go rook to a1. Oh, it's a blunder because c2. Yeah. And now this one. Okay, the game will end soon. Here we have king takes and a handshake. This is the current position. This is the current position. Mariya Muzychuk against Kosteniuk Alexandra ended in a draw that makes Kosteniuk go into the last round with 3.5 points, and Mariya Muzychuk go into the last round with 4.5 points. We can see the players are just collecting the belongings and leaving the playing venue. Mariya Muzychuk adjusting her board, and now she will also leave the playing venue. All right. Muzychuk sisters scored actually 1.5 points in this round. If there was a accumulative points for the family, they would score the most today. The game between Alina Kashlinskaya and Lela Javakhishvili is basically winning for white, because white has not only the extra exchange but also the pawn is pretty much unstoppable at this point. King can help. King can just go on the dark squares and start to push the pawns. The rook can actually at some point just cut the king, either from the 7th from the C rank or B ranked. Or there's also the possibility just to and the the checks is possible. And going to the game of Nana, Dzagnidze, Vaishali, Ramesh Babu. Wow, this will be another resignation. Queen to d3 with a threat of queen d2. How white is going to avoid a checkmate? King e2. Nana is fighting until the end. And queen c4 check. Oh. At some point, she will resign, but this is not the moment. It is always difficult to struggle. It's always difficult to actually resign. Of course, by the resignation, Nana will lose a chance to win the competition. Until this point, she had a good chance to win. And oh, there we go, the handshake. Vaishali won her game. Very important game for Vaishali, very important game for Nana. Yeah, difficult when you have such a nice tournament and that at some point, just a round before, you are losing the game and basically missing the chance of winning the competition. Nana must be quite devastated right now, but that's fine. She is experienced chess player and she can recover into the other 2 games. Well done, Vaishali. That was really nice game. She's walking out of the board. You can see how How difficult it was for Nana. She even did not adjust the pieces, she just left. Sometimes you just want to storm out the room and, I don't know, cry or scream or just be out of this situation and lay down and just realize what happens. Anyway, we have 3 rounds down, to go, 3 games down, 2 to go. We have 2 decisive results, and the day when I predicted that we're gonna have a lot of decisive results, Valerie is not here, which I'm not happy. I'm not happy. And I think this is not all. We're going to have more decisive results today, as Alina Kashlinskaya is very close to win. She's looking at the screen. Well, 3 minutes for Lela. We can already see by the body language that Alina knows she's winning. Of course, she knows it's winning. There's not much complication in this position. And Alina is trying to set up this checkmate threat. One rook is cutting the king from the 7th rank, another is threatening a checkmate. I would expect here the resignation. Oh, there's rook g8 actually. Yeah, Alina built up from the very beginning, so nice game, a chance to start the kingside attack. And she just finalized the game so nicely. A4 is the move she played. Last 2 games. Oh, this is a beautiful view. We have the games and we have also the chess boards on the screen. Yeah, well, this game between Alina and Javakhishvili will probably end quite soon. Let's go to the next game. Bibisara with 2 minutes on the clock. Stavroula with 5 minutes. The position is everything but not clear. Usually this is advantage with queen and the rook, but white's pieces are quite tough. The pawn is very strong, So let's say what to do here with white. The pawn is hanging. If we do knight to f5, this will lead us to a bit complication. g2 to sacrifice the queen. Now g1 queen. Rook to f1. Rook, queen to g3. And king g7. Oh, this is fantastic. This is fantastic. This is completely winning. So that's impossible. That means that white has to give up the pawn. How to do that? I think it will be some kind of fortress here. Let's say rook takes the pawn. You take this. I take this. You take this. I take this. Yeah. Yeah. How can you break this fortress? Even if you take the pawn, king can just go on f2 and that's it. These pieces are guarding each other, rook to f3, or even just keep the rook here to cut the king from this file. Yeah, this game will end in a draw actually. Bibisara looking around to check out what other boards, if other boards have already finished, because very often you are so deep in your variations, you don't know what is happening to the others. Stavroula can also just play rook a3, rook a7 is on the board, and Stavroula can also play g2 in this position. So let's say takes, check. You cannot take obviously, and after this, rook takes, check. Here, can I take? No, I can't take because, ooh, look at this. Now white has extra 2-3 pawns. Yeah, this is winning for sure. Alina gave a check and capturing the rook. So here, here, here. There are some positions with theoretical draws. Is that the position? Did she play rook to h6 to cut the king? So there was a beautiful arrow. Okay, this way. So what white can do here, let's say black just moves, can't do much here. We go king here, we go pawn here. We can go pawn here. Let's say this move. We go here. Cannot do much. Now this. Again, cannot do much. Now this. Check. Yeah. Yeah, it's game over. Alina still thinking. Thinking in this position. Going forward to the game of Stavroula against Bibisara. Oh, they went to this line. So take or take here. Check. King goes here. check, and white is winning the queen. So basically, after knight to g2, queen to g2 is only move. And we might have this position. You can take the rook, remember, because there is rook g8. So queen d4. This one. Yeah, they're playing this line, so we're gonna see it. And now queen is simply chasing the king. This game will end in a draw. Unless we have the horrible blunder, which very likely will not happen. Queen to d4. Stavroula made the move. And a handshake. Bibisara Assaubayeva, Stavroula Tsolakidou draw. That makes Bibisara the leader with 5 points. Tsolakidou very close with 5 points. Look at her smile. This is so nice to share the smile and chat. This is incredible. And what I see it a lot with this new generation. The people are like, they are more friendly, they're more open to each other. They respect each other a lot. Look at them just having the chat afterwards. They were actually the focused, and they were so sharp in the game and not smiling at all. But after the game is done already, and they have this beautiful moment. Bibisara Assaubayeva, young talented player from Kazakhstan, already proved that she is a very strong player. Walking out a bit tired, maybe it was such a tough day for her. Stavroula Tsolakidou, what a girl, actually, what a girl. She is doing a great job. She has not lost any game in 8 rounds at the strongest competition you can imagine. This is tough tournament to play, as your opponents every day are stronger, and to hold so strong and not lose any single game already says a lot. Last game in progress. Winning position for white, just matter of time. They both have 3 minutes. Alina tries to make her move with the rook. Rook is on the e6 square, of course. It makes a lot of sense to keep it on the dark squares so that you don't have to worry about it. Check. King a6, king c5. You take, checkmate. Black, of course, will not take, but this is, oh my gosh, this is plus 88 for white. Wow. Like, what happens after this move? It's not plus 88 anymore, it's plus 49. Okay, this is 88. Let's see why this is so strong. Let's go here. King b4. Yeah, basically you're just getting the same position. Oh, not here. Here first. Bishop goes here, and now you just probably go d4. d6. a6, king a5, and that's it. Well, this position would be equal if there is no pawn on a file, but there is. King c5 on the board. So bishop to f5, rook to e3. Once again, you can take the pawn on a5. Bishop went to c8. King b4. Guarding the pawn with the king, and all what has to do is to get any of these dark squares. So, yeah. Either rook here, or rook here. Depends where the bishop goes. Bishop goes on g4. So that makes this rook to avoid those two squares, but you can go with this square and give the check. Alina already played that. Oh no, she's going. Oh, she's going from rook to e4. Yeah, she can also do that. Alina drinking from 2 glasses. During the game, obviously, players are losing a lot of energy, and the water is a good replacement for the energy. Yeah, I can't even think of any traps here, like how to trap the opponent to make a draw. Like, there's basically nothing. Like, I go here, and next move is this. Well, after bishop to f5, Alina played rook to d4. Bishop goes somewhere, h3 probably. Check. King has to go back, doesn't matter where exactly. b7 is not good because check, so probably e7. King goes for king to b7. Yeah. No, king b7. And now king c7. Oh, yeah, I finished. I finished. Wow. Okay, there was a moment of silence from my side. But yeah, okay. This is the finish of the round 8. And you guys, still game is on. We have Kashlinskaya walking out. She must be very tired, but well done. She played a great game from the start till the end. Dominated fully with white pieces. Yeah, that was nicely done. Okay, let's summarize what happened today. We had 5 beautiful games. We have the leader, Bibisara Assaubayeva, made a draw with Stavroula Tsolakidou. Stavroula played such a fantastic game. Vaishali won against Nana Dzagnidze. Nana had a chance actually to keep the leader's position, but unfortunately she lost today and lost the chances to win the tournament. On the other hand, we have more players keeping the chances to win the event. For instance, Kashlinskaya Alina, she just won an incredible game. Muzychuk Anna played a wonderful game against Sarah Hadem, and we have a draw against between Kosteniuk Alexandra and Mariya Muzychuk. Today is the most decisive result. Finally, this is something that I actually predicted in the first round. And when I'm here alone in the studio without Valerie, this happens. So you guys can get my point that we had a good time. Thanks very much for being here with me and hanging out with me. I appreciate your kind comments. I appreciate your time to be here with me. Tomorrow the round will start at 1 p.m. Tbilisi time, which is basically 11 a.m. Central European time. You don't want to miss the last round. If you're watching all the 8 rounds, you want to come here for the last one, and I'll see you tomorrow. And I will be back with Valerie, and hopefully we're gonna have really nice fights and nice games here at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. Now it's time to call it a day, and see you guys tomorrow. Bye.